Chapter 867 Underground. Fang Ping and the others appeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tao laughed loudly, swept them away, and left instantly. He did not stay long. He had already located the other party's hiding place. At this moment, he only needed to wait for Fang Ping to explain the internal situation. Based on the situation, he could come again at any time. Very soon, East Mountain House of Governors. East Mountain's governor was surprised to see Zhang Tao's arrival. However, when he saw Fang Ping and the others, he was not too surprised. Were these people preparing to do something big? East Mountain's governor was excited when he thought about it. What were they going to do? East Mountain did not have a catacombs entrance, but West Mountain did. Could it be that the minister and the others were preparing to conquer the West Mountain catacombs? He was in East Mountain, and East Mountain's main mission was to help defend the West Mountain catacombs. If they conquered the West Mountain catacombs, that would be good too. Unfortunately, old Zhang did not care about him at all. With a greeting, he borrowed a conference room and sent East Mountain's governor away. Don't get involved when powerhouses talk. Old Zhang did not say it clearly, but his attitude was obvious. East Mountain's governor looked sad. He was despised. Were rank 7 powerhouses not? The minister used to be very polite when he saw him. Why was it like this now? After sending East Mountain's governor away, Zhang Tao glanced at the direction he left and laughed. This guy has been stuck at rank 7 for more than 10 years. Without the catacombs in East Mountain, these governors are slacking off. Nowadays, the governors in provinces with catacombs are stronger. The governors in provinces without catacombs are weaker. Even in Nanjiang, the last catacombs opened in Sino Nation. Zhang Dingnan was about to reach upper stage rank 7. This was also because of the pressure. Fang Ping smiled, not caring too much about this. He said, "I'm talking about information. First, the other party comes from Xianming Gonghua Heaven and calls himself Xianming Heavenly Emperor. Second, the so-called 33 skies may not be 33, but it's definitely not just one. These places connect the 2 realms and are extremely important. Third, there are people inside. I heard there are more than 500 people. I didn't investigate carefully, and some places can't be explored. Fourth, those old antiques don't have a good attitude. They are only afraid of the minister's pressure and have other plans. I'm afraid they have evil intentions." At this, Fang Ping said seriously, "Minister, these old antiques are coming out one after another. Xianming will not be the last. If these people were to come out into the world and not be controlled, something big would definitely happen. They see us as mortals, as ants. If he was used to being high and mighty, it would be hard for him to restrain himself. Let me make a suggestion." Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, "The Department of Investigation Services has always been in charge of ground safety matters, but there aren't many powerhouses in the department. I'm afraid they won't be able to restrain these people." Fang Ping paused, then continued, "My suggestion is to set up another organization, gather powerhouses, and suppress these people. Roping in, suppressing, killing." Fang Ping's expression was icy as he said, "The neo-martial era, the prosperity built up over 100 years, must not be destroyed in their hands. Instead of being destroyed by the catacombs, they were destroyed by these people. The blood of millions of soldiers would have been shed in vain. We must take control of all the precincts, or else the catacombs' powerhouses may come to Earth through this place." Zhang Tao listened for a while and asked about the situation. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "That's true. Now is the time to come out. We have to be on guard." Zhang Tao rose to his feet and paced back and forth. As the chaos approached, these people began to stir. Some of them could not stand it anymore and began to reveal their whereabouts, preparing to set up a trap. Zhang Tao murmured, "It's difficult to suppress all these people with just us. We have to borrow strength. People from Blacklight sect want to enter the world. These people, I'm afraid they weren't in the same group back then. We have to borrow strength to fight strength. Old Zhang suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, Fang Ping, how about Sino nations setting up the 4th Division? Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. His mouth cracked open, and he declined. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm only rank 8 after all. You think I'm talking about you? Old Zhang laughed heartily and said quickly, What I mean is pull Qin Yaozu out and make him the minister of the 4th Division. You'll also be the deputy minister. Recruit these old antiques and borrow strength to fight strength. They're scheming against each other. We can borrow their strength to suppress some people and kill some people. Zhang Tao was extremely cold at this moment. He sneered and said, We don't have to care too much about these old antiques. It's good that they're dead. They're still unstable factors, even if they're alive. Rope in a group of people and eradicate another group of people. In the end, those who are still alive and disobedient, kill them all. The 4th Division shall be called the Heaven Division. Old Zhang smiled and said, This is not the real Heaven Division, but the Heaven-destroying Division. Destroy those grotto heavens and the immortals of the 33 heavens. Those who could be roped in, those with good intentions, would be classified as humans, the convergence of all Daos. This era doesn't need these beasts. The sky. I only need the sky in front of me. Zhang Tao said indifferently, Treating the people as heaven is enough. 33 heavens, 10 paradises. We don't need them. High and mighty emperors and immortals who looked down on all living beings did not need them. In this era, there is no need for such things. Everyone is the sky. You have your sky and we have ours. In the end, everyone's heavens converged. Hence, there was a new martial and a golden age. Zhang Tao suddenly opened the window and looked around. He said with some arrogance, This is the golden age. This is the mythical world that I, Zhang Tao, created with my own efforts. He didn't need to be rich, and he didn't need to be strong. Everyone could eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Everyone could have their own ideas and their own future. Perhaps there was darkness, but darkness would not make people despair. Perhaps there was unfairness, but fairness still exists and justice still exists. Powerhouses enjoy special privileges, but they also have to pay a price that ordinary people can't afford. That's why they have special privileges. The weak have the hope of becoming the strong. Hence, there are martial arts universities. The world of great unity might not exist, but a world with a future, with hope, where everyone can see hope in a future. This is the real mythical world. At this moment, Zhang Tao was in high spirits. At this moment, Zhang Tao laughed wildly. Fang Ping laughed too. As he laughed, he said, Minister, if one day the threat of the catacombs is quelled, what will happen to people like us? Fang Ping said softly, When that day comes, when the external threat is gone, what will happen to martial arts powerhouses like us? Will we become people like Heavenly Emperor Xianming and the others one day? Zhang Tao said in a low voice, Maybe, but at least not now. When we become like this, we will also lose the hearts of the people, lose the belief of today. When that time comes, you and I may also perish. We can talk about the future in the future. If one day we also rule over the masses and see them as ants, then history will definitely repeat itself. When that time comes, there will also be people like this who will overthrow us, kill us, and destroy us. This is humanity. Zhang Tao's gaze was deep, as if thousands of Daos were circulating. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. So, you don't have to worry about these. Today, your belief is to overthrow all the darkness, all the unfairness. When you become such a person, you will realize that you will also be like those old antiques in Dark Sky Palace, a rotten thing that will be swept into the trash heap. Establish the Heaven Division. Recruit a group of old antiques and suppress everywhere. Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping and said in a low voice, The blessed grotto heaven and 33 heavens might not be everything. There were people in hiding during the apotheosis era and the sex era. Would there be even more ancient people hiding? Humans have them, and so do the catacombs. Even such people must be suppressed. Does the Heaven Division have the ability to suppress them? The military department is in charge of war. The education department is in charge of specialization. The Department of Investigation Services is in charge of ground safety maintenance. And the 4 houses are in charge of support. Fang Ping, if you establish the Heaven Division, Qin Yaozu might not have the ability to suppress everywhere. As for us, we have our own mission. Our main enemy is still the catacombs. Whether we can suppress these old antiques or not, it still depends on you. Fang Ping looked dazed. After a while, he laughed dryly and said, Minister, that cough, I think it's better for me to be MCMU's vice-chancellor. What a joke. Many of those old antiques were emperor level. It was still okay for him to kill some martial artists below the paragon level. But to actually want him to suppress the heavens before the neo-martial artists, this was not something he could do. Zhang Tao squinted and smiled. So, straightforward. You have to know that when I first stepped into Origin Dao, I had already taken over the Ministry of Education and became the minister. It was the same for the 3 ministries and 4 houses. Did Li Zhen only become a commander after he reached the paragon level? He didn't. None of us did. But now, we are all paragons. Brother Wu is not. Fang Ping interrupted. The corner of old Zhang's mouth twitched. This should be conveyed to Wu Chuan. You are being looked down upon again. No, I almost forgot that you are not a paragon level. Cut the nonsense. Zhang Tao laughed again. Taking over the Heaven Division, this is great courage. Even now, I dare not say that I can suppress these people. If I had this ability, I would have done it long ago, but I don't. Zhang Tao sighed. I can't do it, at least not now. I also hope that someone can do it, the neo-martial artists. I didn't ask you to bring people to kill those old monsters in the beginning. The priority is to rope them in. The priority is to persuade them. It's best if you can rope them in. But if you can't, then you can write it down first. In the early stage, I will also help you to intimidate some of the old monsters. It's best if you can make some agreements with these old monsters. The paragon level will not come out. Zhang Tao laughed. This is actually not difficult. Actually, they don't want to come out now. They don't want to make a move. But their disciples will definitely be active in various places in the near future. We can't kill indiscriminately, but we can't not kill. If we make a move and kill them, it may cause these old monsters to be afraid of us and then join forces. That will be big trouble. But if you guys kill a group of young people, kill a group of old antique characters whose ranks are higher than theirs, then kill them. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Minister, do you think there are many places like this? How many of these old monsters' disciples are there? According to legend, there are 33 layers of heaven, 10 major grotto heavens, 36 minor grotto heavens, 72 blessed lands. Zhang Tao said in a low voice, it might not be false. Maybe in the later stage, some places were included. During the apotheosis period, it might not be like this. During the nirvana period, the number might not be like this. But you have to know when the sex nirvana was. More than 2,000 years ago. Are there places like the bounded zones in the later stage? There might not be on Earth, but what about the catacombs? The catacombs? Yes. Zhang Tao laughed. Do you think they are all on Earth? Some places, like the bounded zones, aren't they in the catacombs? This is the outer area of the catacombs. What about the inner area? How many places have you been to in the inner area? Are you sure there are no such places? Back then, when humans ran amok in the catacombs, would they only be active in the outer area? That's why it's really hard to say how many such places there are. A few hundred people in one place, that's not a small number. Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, If that's the case, then we have to be fully prepared. We can't attack too often. Powerhouses have to have the style of powerhouses. Old Zhang laughed meaningfully. If we attack too often, we'll solve all the troubles for you. Where will you get the pressure to improve? That's why we have to learn from those old antiques. Endure. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. You guys attack and kill those troublemakers. We'll stand guard behind the scenes to deter those old antiques. At this time, it's not suitable to start a war with these people. They're still very important. Some fellows still need these people to deal with. If they're all killed, then all the pressure will be directed at them. Heaven division, Fong Ping murmured. Zhang Tao continued. Qinyaozu is enough. He's at the top. Even those so-called emperors might not be weak in the past, but they might not be now. It's not easy to kill Qinyaozu. As long as they can't kill him, if they attack, then we'll attack too. Qinyaozu entering the Heaven Division is meant to deter those old antiques. Once you become the deputy minister, the task of suppressing all parties will be yours. Zhang Tao paced around, thought for a while, and said, in the near future, other than the place where the kings fight, there won't be any people at the level of the top fighting in other places. Even if it's the place where the kings fight, I'm afraid it'll end without any results this time. The two kings aren't that easy to deal with. The life king's thinking is too simple. In the end, a balance will probably be maintained. When that time comes, it'll be the era where the rank 9 origin Daos reigns supreme. It will continue until the last passageway is opened. Although we don't have an agreement with the catacombs or those old antiques, we'll try our best to reach a tacit understanding. At this time, the top won't attack. The next 2 years are all yours. Fong Ping continued. If that's the case, the next 2 years are actually a period for us to rise up. Not really. Zhang Tao shook his head. It can only be said to be tacit understanding. All parties need to clean up a group of people and plan for the next situation. Once the war starts, if I'm not wrong, the top might not interfere with the war under the top anymore. As Zhang Tao said that, he said mysteriously, actually, this situation might happen earlier. Kid, do you know what we've been doing recently? Fong Ping shook his head. How would he know? Do you want to know? Fong Ping nodded hurriedly. Yes. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed loudly. Then he said, there's no hurry now. We'll talk about it when it's done. If it's done well, we might be able to get rid of the impasse. At this level, humans are at an absolute disadvantage. Don't be fooled by the fact that we've killed a lot of true kings previously. In terms of strength, we're definitely not as good as the catacombs and those old antiques in hiding. If we divide the forces into 3 parties, humans, the catacombs, and the people from 1,000 years ago, we're the weakest. Old Zhang simply divided the forces into 3 major sects, making it clear that humans and those people from 1,000 years ago were not on the same side. Using the Devil Emperor's counterattack 1,000 years ago as the boundary, humans did not acknowledge the antiques before this. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to get rid of all the top existences, at least before the war starts completely. Do you know why we're doing this? Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, it's to buy time for all of you. When you reach the top existences, this will lead to a qualitative change. No matter how many rank 9s there are, it'll be difficult to kill the top existences. This is where the serious problem lies. With them around, you won't have many opportunities to participate in some battles. You'll have to guard against them at all times. Humans need to give birth to more impasse. This can't go on. Do you dare to enter the restricted area to explore? Do you dare to hunt for treasures? Do you dare to look for opportunities? None of you dare. If you hide and hide, how can you advance? Not only you, the catacombs rank 9s don't dare to move around normally. They think that with the true kings around, they don't need to care about these things. Actually, to them, it's not a good thing either. In this turbulent era, all of us have to move. If you don't move, and I don't move, then the final outcome will be a great war. The top existences will still be us. There's no change. And once there's no change, humans will definitely lose. Definitely lose. Fong Ping frowned slightly and said, Minister, I think our current situation isn't too bad, saying that we'll definitely lose. What do you think? Zhang Tao sneered and said, I only have one question. Do you think that with the current situation in the next 2 years, there's really hope for you to advance to the top existences? Not only you, but also Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, and the rest. Do they dare to go to the catacombs restricted area and take the risk? No. The catacombs rank 9s don't come to the Outland anymore. You want them to sit in seclusion for 2 years and advance? Don't think so much. The current Wu Quishan is not even as good as Zhang Weiyu 3 years ago. Zhang Weiyu also couldn't break through in 3 years. This time it's also because of opportunities. Therefore, only when the true king powerhouses are gone will you dare to go in. Let me ask you, if the catacombs no longer has a true king now, do you dare to fight your way out of Imperial Sea Mountain? Fang Ping's eyes were filled with excitement. Of course we dare. The catacombs are so big. Although there are many rank 9s, they don't have an overwhelming advantage against us. Moreover, they're scattered. When that time comes, why would I be afraid of them? Fang Ping could even imagine that Old Wu and the rest might also carry their swords and go to the restricted area. Not only Old Wu, even Wang Jinyang and the rest. Even if they could no longer conceal their auras, they would not have any hesitation or scruples. Previously, they were worried that they would encounter a true king and be killed instantly. They would not even have the ability to react before they were killed. That would be too frustrating. However, once these powerhouses who had the ability to kill them instantly were gone, with the courage and fearlessness of humans, it would be strange if they did not enter the restricted area. Minister, this can't be done, right? Fang Ping still had some doubts. How could this be done? Hundreds of true kings. How could they be taken away? Why can't it be done? Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes. Have you seen the space battlefield before? Yes. The space battlefield is vast and boundless. Yet it's also like a cage. We still don't know how it was created. The only thing we know is that once an outburst of power surpasses the limit, a battlefield will appear. Fighting in the space battlefield, even the best can't destroy anything. However, now that we've gone in, we can actually come out. As long as we want to, we can come out. Fang Ping's eyes moved. What you mean is, what if we can't come out? Zhang Tao grinned. So, now I want to create a battlefield, then put a cage and close the doors. Everyone will go in together and never come out. This can't be done, right? Fang Ping said doubtfully, if it's really possible, then we might as well lock them inside for the rest of their lives. It might not have been possible in the past, but now there's still hope. Old Zhang grinned. Unite more than a dozen of the best and build a cage together. Use a treasure to lure everyone into this place and close the cage. If the other party's dozens of true kings join forces, they can still break the cage. But if the treasure hasn't been found, why would they want to go out? As for joining forces, if they really join forces, we'll ambush, harass, and not let them leave. Even if they know it's a trap, they'll still fall for it. What treasure? Initially, I was planning to get the Seed of Rebirth, but now... Old Zhang grinned. Now, didn't you get a Heavenly Realm map fragment? How about the Heavenly Realm? Fang Ping blinked. Heavenly Realm? A heavenly realm that has fallen into the space battlefield. It's suspected that there's a sleeping emperor, or there's a way to walk the emperor's path. As long as we make it more realistic, a large number of powerhouses will enter. For those who don't enter, we'll think of a way to force everyone to enter. If they want to go, we'll go together. If not, when a large number of powerhouses enter, we'll kill the weak ones. Let's see if they dare to stay. As long as we enter, they won't have to worry about the outside world. If that's the case, the opportunity will come. At this point, Zhang Tao thought for a while and said, we'll have to discuss this with the cat. We've never seen an emperor or the heavenly realm. This cat might not be the case. It might have a way to create an illusion that can make the old antiques believe it. Zhang Tao began to perfect his plan comprehensively. He continued, "We'll strive to get this thing done before the end of the martial king's battlefield. At that time, a large number of true kings will gather, and we'll bring them away. The location, it's best if it's above the Forbidden Sea. We'll leave this to the cat." He made it sound easy, but Fang Ping was speechless. "Minister, can that cat do this?" "Why not?" Old Zhang smiled. "Everything is possible. As long as it suits the cat's appetite, there's still hope. Of course, this shackle hasn't been made yet, so there's no rush. Besides this thing we're making now, it might not work." Zhang Tao was helpless. This was difficult. It involved space. "Soon," Zhang Tao said, "but now that we've discovered places like Black Heaven Realm, we might be able to use them, including the Hall of Myriad Origins. This time, we're actually using the Hall of Myriad Origins as a template. Perfect these as soon as possible. Once it's done, kid, your time will really come." Zhang Tao smiled. "When that time comes, it's all up to you. As for Earth, before we leave, we'll set up some apex barriers outside each catacomb's passageway. It won't last long, but it's considered a precaution. If the outer realm is really breached, we'll also know. When that time comes, we'll return." Fang Ping nodded. He was a little worried. Could it work? Old Zhang and the others did not have many people. Also, this time it was only Sino Nation doing it. What about the other 5 sacred lands apex? Zhang Tao did not mention these. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly noticed something strange. He turned his head to look at Old Wang and the others. They looked a little dazed, as if they did not hear anything. Voice transmission. Fang Ping did not notice Old Zhang's voice transmission. Could it be that they were shielded? He was still thinking about it. Zhang Tao saw him looking at Wang Jinyang and the others. He smiled and said, "Don't tell anyone about this for now. It won't do them any good if they know. When the time comes, we'll prepare for you. Our goal is very simple. More powerhouses will appear. When that time comes, there might be casualties, but this time, Zhang Tao was much more serious. Remember, it's still okay to give everyone some life-saving, imperishable substances, but don't bother about the rest. No matter what kind of danger they encounter in the catacombs, when that time comes, everyone will look after themselves. Kid, don't meddle in everything. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you meddle in everything, it'll be very difficult for someone to break out in a desperate situation and achieve the apex. Don't be fooled by the number of powerhouses in MCMAU now. There are a lot of middle-ranked martial artists. To be honest, the quality is not as good as before." Zhang Tao shook his head. "You'll understand when you see. Back then, there were only so many martial artists and not many rank 9s were born. But among these rank 9s, how many powerhouses came out? There were already 4 apex. The ratio is too high. Back then, there were only a few thousand rank 6 martial artists. But among these few thousand, there were hundreds of high-ranked martial artists. Fang Ping, MCMAU has a lot of middle-ranked martial artists now, right? If we don't give them treasures like the Heavenly Golden Lotus and forcefully increase their mentality, let me ask you, in a situation where there is no mentality cultivation method, how many high-ranked martial artists do you think MCMAU can produce?" Fang Ping's expression froze. "How many? Not counting those old people who are already one step away from the door, among the newbies and students. Were there 5 people who really had the hope of achieving rank 7 on their own? Among the thousands of middle ranks, there were less than 5 people who had the hope of achieving rank 7. This was MCMAU. Don't be fooled by the number of people who had advanced in the past 2 years. In fact, they were not newbies. They were all the old people. For example, people like Luo Chuan were already one step away from the last step. Therefore, although it looked like it was caused by Fang Ping, it was actually the accumulation in the early stage of neo-martial arts. Zhang Weiyu and the others had accumulated for a long time and were only one step away. Nan Yunyue and Zhang Weiyu's advancement was not just a matter of relying on some imperishable substances. That's all I have to say. Do as you see fit. Zhang Tao said again, "Do you know why I said so much to you? Kid, you are the biggest variable that I have pinned my hopes on. That's why I hope you can know what I want to do and why I'm doing these things. While I'm still on Earth, I still have time to try my best to solve all the problems that can be solved. This time, if the plan succeeds, we might come out very soon. Or we might have to wait until the last passageway opens before we come out. Minister, if you guys leave and someone on the other side becomes a true king, won't that be troublesome? Once someone advances, we will try our best to think of a way to get them out of here, together. I will leave some mentality avatars for you guys, a small amount. Remember, in the future, you're only allowed to inform me if something big like this happens." Zhang Tao said this and finally said, "That's the plan for now. If you want to create a sky sect, then do it in these few days. At least I'll give you a name to do these things. Otherwise, when we leave, you won't be able to do these things for a while." Fang Ping scratched his head. Was he going to make him the boss? Would it be too soon? Zhang Tao did not care about him. After saying that, his silhouette flickered, and he left in the blink of an eye. Before he left, a voice came from the sky. "I will make arrangements for Mystic Heaven. You go and prepare the sky sect. Recruit people who need to be recruited. In the near future, I might ask you guys to attack and surround some old antiques. Make a name for yourself first. At least make a name for yourself among these old antiques." Fang Ping wanted to say something more, but seeing that he had already left, he shook his head helplessly. "Don't just talk. You didn't give me anything and you want me to create one? Are you kidding me? Where can I get people? Who will pay? Don't I need to pay when I join the department? You didn't say anything, and then you forcefully gave me the position of deputy minister. You're throwing the matter to me? You're getting more and more unreliable." Fang Ping complained, but he was a little excited inside. Even Absolute Peak was going to leave? Would old Zhang's plan succeed? If it could, that would be awesome. If Absolute Peak did not come out, although he was not the top powerhouse, he was still considered one of the top ones in the origin path. When the time came, he would have less to worry about, and there would be more things he could do. Chapter 868. What do we do now? Once old Zhang left, Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, don't target Dark Sky Emperor. That Dark Sky Emperor has discerning eyes. He finally found a genius like me. If I kill him, where can I get any benefits? He did not care if these old antiques died or not. The most important thing was, until now, this guy had good eyes and took a liking to him. It would not be too late to turn on him after he had eaten his fill." Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "Do you really think these guys have anything good? You're overthinking. After thousands of years, even if they did, they'd be used up. Su Bing and the others haven't reached the top yet. Can you do it? What can they give you? Some groceries. Do you think they have everything? Benefits? At most, they'll give you something like imperishable substances. Baldy, you're on the wrong path now." Qin Fengqing looked confused. What was wrong? "Do you remember how you fought with your life before you were rank 4? Fang Ping said in a low voice. "Did you have resources at that time? Did you have talent? Nothing at all. You were just a poor peasant, but you were rank 4. After the vice-chancellor died in battle, you became a rank 4 martial artist very quickly. As a once-honed, you surpassed the thrice-honed CLA. At that time, you were Qin Fengqing. You were a powerhouse who truly believed that you were invincible. You had the confidence, and you had the right to be proud. Why be proud? You were a pauper with nothing but a rotten life. That was why you became one of the few middle-ranked martial artists in martial arts universities at that time. At that time, Qin Fengqing really had the right to be proud. No one dared to deny that he was a peerless prodigy. A once-honed martial artist became a rank 4 powerhouse in his junior year. It could be said that since the founding of martial arts universities, almost no one had done it, except for the later period when Fong Ping brought a lot of resources to MCMAU. A once honed was actually worse than some of the geniuses in normal martial arts universities. In normal martial arts universities, rank 3 was already the most elite talent. Qin Fengqing became a rank 4 during the summer of his junior year. At that time, Fong Ping did not give him a single cent of resources. After you entered the middle ranks, you kept saying that you wanted to become a high rank as soon as possible, to get rid of the limitations of talent and become a true invincible powerhouse. I believe in you. No, I believe in Qin Fengqing at that time. Fong Ping said solemnly, the Qin Fengqing of that time was truly admirable. Old Wang didn't look for anyone else but you to go down to the catacombs. Why? Because you are the true prodigy, the only prodigy who has not been defeated by him. My teacher told me that once you reach level 7, you will definitely amaze everyone. He even said that if you become a high rank, your potential might be even higher than mine. Teacher Li had also said that Qin Fengqing had nothing, not even talent, yet he was able to reach this step. It was really extraordinary. Many people were talking about you. Even a big shot like Nan knew you, Qin Fengqing. At that time, don't think that no one cared about you. Everyone was paying attention to you. Qin Fengqing's expression kept changing. Fong Ping let out a cold humph. But ever since you reached rank 5 and tried using resources to build your celestial bridge, your mind is filled with this. How many times have you fought with experts? How many times have you fought a rank 7? Forget about the fact that Magic City's rank 7s could not fight each other. Could they not go to other catacombs? All you think about is resources. What can you do even if I give you resources? Build up a rank 8 or rank 9 vitality. Since you are rank 7, since you are invincible, you should fight rank 8, rank 9. What are you afraid of? Can I kill you in one move? If I can't kill you, no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you come back alive, I will definitely save you, even if I have to spend 100 billion or 1 trillion. Fong Ping saw that he wanted to speak, raised his palm, not giving him a chance, and let out a humph. Don't talk about me. Don't think that I rarely fight above my rank, but I have fought more than you in the past 2 years. I have fought in the boundary zone, in the king's battleground, in the restricted area. I have killed people under the true king's nose. I have acted in front of a group of top-notch powerhouses. Do you think I am fooling around? What right do you have to compete with me now? Are you invincible? What a joke! You and I are of the same rank. I don't need any external objects now to beat you up. Your mind is only filled with resources. Do you think strength is increased by resources? Putting the cart before the horse. Fong Ping scolded. Strength comes first, then there will be endless resources. It was not because of resources that one could only have high strength. Now that you have reached rank 7, I have given you what I should. Didn't I give you the heavenly golden lotus and the imperishable substance last time? I gave them to you. What did you do in the end? Closed door cultivation. 3 to 5 days is enough. After closed door cultivation, you go to the catacombs to fight. Why don't you find someone to kill? Sublimate in battle. That is you, Qin Fengqing. But what about you? I have been in closed door cultivation for so many days. What have you been doing? You are preparing to find some old antique to ask for some so-called resources. Fong Ping let out a cold humph. What divine pills, divine armors, so what if I give them to you? Can you achieve rank 8 today, rank 9 tomorrow? If Minister and the rest really relied on resources to advance back then, would there be the martial kings and netherworld kings now? I understand the logic. You are regressing the more you live. Are you really short of resources? What are you thinking? Are you thinking about reaping without sowing, reaching the sky in a single bound? Do my resources, Fong Pings come from nowhere? I don't go to the catacombs. I don't kill people. I don't take risks. Do I have these things? What about you? You are wagging your tail and begging for mercy, begging old Antique to give you a meal. I know what you are thinking. You are similar to me when I was rank 3, thinking about getting to rank 8 or 9 first, becoming stronger first, then thinking about it when the realm is higher. Bullsh asterisk T. Fong Ping's tone was extremely disdainful. Wang Jinyang wanted to say something, but stopped. Fong Ping interrupted. Don't interrupt. I am talking about him. You guys are slightly better. Even if you guys are like him, I won't say anything because you guys are qualified, have the capital. You guys are resurrected martial artists. You guys have the hope of reaching rank 9, the hope of reaching the peak, even the hope of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse, even if you don't fight. But him? What does he have? He has nothing. He only has this rotten life. When he, Qin Fengqing, starts to cherish his life, starts to not think about fighting, starts to have crooked ideas, his so-called invincibility. That is bullsh asterisk T. That is called arrogance. Fong Ping's expression was cold. Do you think that just because Cat and the rest said that you have the invincibility potential? Do you think that Cat and that old monster Xian Mingtian are really stronger than the minister and have better foresight? What a joke. Back then, the minister actually still valued you. But ever since you advanced to rank 7, he did not mention you much, because you are considered half useless. Towards you, I only have disappointment, no expectations, no hope. Fong Ping's tone returned to normal, saying slowly, if you want resources, fine, I can give them to you. If you want the old monster Xian Mingtian to give you some benefits, fine, I can also cooperate with you. You can even pretend to betray humanity and join the catacombs. I can satisfy you. No, even if you really rely on the catacombs or places like Xian Mingtian, I will also satisfy you. I promise, before you kill humans, I will not kill you. If this is your path, then if you want to become a powerhouse, I want to see if you can do it. Qin Fengqing's expression did not look too good. He said gloomily, Are you serious? Whether it is or not, you know in your heart. You always think that you are not afraid of death, that you are still the same as before, but is it really so? Fong Ping sighed softly. Before you prepared to enter Xian Mingtian, you probably thought that since the other party let me come, they probably won't let me die. At most, I will be used. Is that right? Did you really go with the determination to die? Do you really have the courage to move forward? You are self-hypnotized, arrogant. You just don't know until now. Fong Ping exhaled a long breath. Now that I have said this, I don't want to say anything more. You have your own path. Walk it yourself. The path is walked by yourself. Others can't help you with anything. The invincible path in your heart is actually no longer invincible. The day you become the origin, if you are still like this, once you are defeated, you will collapse completely, no longer believing in your invincible path. Why did Heavenly Emperor Xian Mingtian dare to use you? If nothing goes wrong, when that time comes, not only will you have such problems, you will also go crazy. Maybe you will go crazy because of us. You can no longer see yourself clearly. Your path has gone astray. Fong Ping looked at him, stood up, and said, You just stay here. Wait for the people from Xian Mingtian to come out. We will return to Magic City first. Fong Ping looked at him and said in a low voice, Think about it yourself. The next few months may be a great era. At that time, if you still don't understand, then you are not worthy to be my partner. You are not qualified. You can walk the path you want, but you and I probably won't be walking the same path anymore. Fong Ping left quickly. In midair, Li Hansong scratched his head and said, Fong Ping, isn't it a little too much to say that? Too much? Fong Ping shook his head and said no. He has gone astray now. Maybe it is also caused by you and me. Every time we talk about where to get resources, our strength is getting stronger and stronger. He's stuck. But he doesn't understand, are our resources the process or the result? That is the result, not the process. This process is the most important. He ignored it. Fang Ping said angrily. This time he really did not think too much about Xian Mingtian's matter. A dead duck is so stubborn. What can leaving an email mean? If he comes out of Xian Mingtian alive with his personality, he will definitely continue to hide it. He wants to skin Heavenly Emperor Xian Mingtian alive. But did he not think, could it be that old antique can't scheme against him? Walking a tightrope, my foot. What qualifications does he have to challenge an emperor-level powerhouse? I do. Because every time I challenge, I have the confidence I have found a backup. It seems like there is no arrangement, but I still have the confidence in general. He really has no confidence. He just King blindly. Fang Ping became angrier as he spoke, humping coldly. Do you believe that if he was not discovered this time, he would have two outcomes in the end? First, he would be swallowed by Heavenly Emperor Xian Mingtian until not even his bones were left. Second, he would go crazy in the end. Maybe he can become stronger, but if he goes crazy, he might become our enemy. Li Hansong said, dryly, he probably won't do that. But this time he has indeed made a mistake. It should be because we improved too quickly and we often didn't bring him along. He can't see himself clearly. He is not suitable to act with us. At this time he should be like he was back then. After being defeated by Old Wang, he should go to the catacombs alone with a saber, fighting everywhere. Fang Ping shook his head, saying, You don't know, when I first saw him, this guy was carrying a saber, just coming out of the catacombs, laughing wantonly, laughing flamboyantly. At that time, he had just entered rank 3. Really, at that time, who did not say that he was charismatic and charismatic? MCMAU's Qin Fengqing. His reputation is even greater than the Martial Arts Society president, Zhang Yu. MCMAU's biggest thorn. Is thorn a derogatory term? No, it's recognition. Wu Chuan is, Tianmu is, I am, Old Manly is too. We are all thorns. Fang Ping's eyes were a little nostalgic. He inhaled again and said, He is a once-honed martial artist. How can he be compared to us? It is because of this and now he has lost the most important thing. He, Qin Fengqing, is no longer the Qin Fengqing of that time. Li Hansong was silent. Wang Jinyang, who came with him, thought for a while before saying, Maybe he is under too much pressure. You know, back then our abilities were similar, Li Hansong mumbled. Now I don't see you stronger than him. Old Wang had just entered upper stage rank 7, his level higher than Qin Fengqing's. Qin Fengqing was not too far away from upper stage rank 7. After Li Hansong finished mumbling, he said, I don't see you feeling much pressure. I have left you in the dust now. Wang Jinyang's expression was unfriendly. Iron Head was very inflated now. Ever since he had the divine armor, others did not dare to fight a rank 9, but he dared and he was inflated. Iron Head, do you think that you can defeat me now that you are a rank 8? Wang Jinyang said with a faint smile. Why don't you and I try and learn from each other? I don't want to bully you. Li Hansong shook his head. I don't bully the weak. He was almost a rank 8 third refinement. It was not appropriate for him to bully an upper stage rank 7 Wang Jinyang. Bully me? Wang Jinyang scolded suddenly. Do you think I am Qin Fengqing? As soon as he said that, a blood bow appeared suddenly, and a blood arrow condensed instantly. He shouted, Divine armor, come out! Don't be like this, Li Hansong waved his hand. A stance that said that even a rank 7 martial artist might not be able to break through his defense without the divine armor was indeed very arrogant. I'll let you suffer a little. You won't die anyway. As soon as he said that, the blood arrow shot out instantly. Li Hansong was carefree, his body glowing faintly with golden light. I am a peak rank 8 second refinement peak. My golden body is already strong, but you can't. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. The next moment, a figure shot out, a large amount of golden blood splattering in the air. Wang Jinyang put away his bow and snorted, cursing in a low voice, "I'll shoot you to death, you bastard!" Arrogant. Did I forget that during the second martial arts championship, I beat you until you begged for mercy? In the distance, Li Hansong's chest had a large hole. He struggled to fly back, looking at Old Wang in shock. Then he looked at his chest. The blood was still corroding his golden body. There's something wrong with your vitality force." Li Hansong was shocked. How was this possible? He was a rank 8-second refinement martial artist. Yet his chest was pierced by Old Wang's arrow. Beside him, Fong Ping frowned too. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said hesitantly, "Your vitality force seemed to be able to corrode some people's defenses a long time ago. I didn't think too much about it before. Old Wang, don't you think that your vitality force is a little similar to the Forbidden Sea's seawater?" Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, saying slowly, "A little similar, mainly in terms of the corrosive force. It's a little similar." "What do you mean?" Li Hansong was still painfully cutting his golden body's flesh. He was a little sad. "I was actually beaten by Old Wang." "How embarrassing!" Fong Ping looked at him disdainfully. "Continue to be arrogant. I didn't shoot your brain just now, but it's also corroded?" "What else do you mean?" "What I mean is the formation of the Forbidden Sea related to Old Wang? Do you understand? In other words, was the Forbidden Sea created by him back then? Do you understand? What is the Forbidden Sea, the Bitter Sea? Bitter my A**s. I think it's more like the Blood Sea. An invincible powerhouse fought in the Forbidden Sea. Perhaps the sea area was originally just an ordinary sea. As a result, when powerhouses fought, their strength and blood flowed into the sea, not dispersing for thousands of years. Do you understand?" Li Hansong was dumbfounded. He put on a long face and said, "It can't be, right?" "What a joke." "It's just a guess." Fong Ping rubbed his chin and said suddenly, "I haven't really tried it. Old Wang, try it next time. Go to the Forbidden Sea and take a look. I always feel that you guys are not the kind of old good-for-nothings now. Are those old antiques your past lives? If that's really the case, your past lives were really rubbish." As his knowledge increased, Fong Ping suddenly felt that Li Hansong and the rest situation, was it really something those old antiques could do now? There were even divine weapons. He did not look at Xian Mingtian. When he heard about divine weapons, his mentality began to fluctuate. Old Wang thought about it, nodded, and said nothing. Li Hansong was extremely distressed. He said again, "It's not just the corrosive ability. His vitality force seems to be stronger than normal vitality force too. It might not be comparable to Instructor Li, who can use one card as 2 cards, but it's definitely much stronger than the average person. What's going on?" Wang Jinyang took the initiative to explain, "My strength seems to be a little different from the average person. I seem to be unable to hone my golden bones now. Instructor Li's 10,000 Dao One is said to be strong because of his vitality, but it's actually his physique that's strong. What he mainly cultivates is not actually vitality. As for me, it seems like I'm really cultivating blood." Wang Jinyang thought for a moment and said, "Real cultivating blood? Some people cultivate their physique, some cultivate mentality, but I seem to be different from them. I'm cultivating vitality force." Fong Ping looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. "You're amazing. What is vitality force?" "It's the foundation of human powerhouses. All martial artists who cultivate their physique and mentality are actually still similar to vitality force. Ancient martial arts, 6 paths. Maybe this time I really understand what the 6th path is. Not cultivating the physique, not cultivating mentality, only cultivating vitality force is a type of extreme path. If I'm not wrong, you were also a powerhouse who walked the extreme path back then. 3 types of extreme path powerhouses, focusing on the physique, focusing on mentality, and focusing on vitality force. These are the 3 extreme paths." At this moment, Fang Ping really understood. This was a type of extreme path. Wang Jinyang was also moved. He quickly said, Fang Ping, thank you. Now that you mention it, I seem to have understood something. Maybe I really cultivated in the wrong direction. Maybe I should focus more and focus on cultivating vitality. As he said that, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, Why did we resurrect back then? Or did we do it actively or passively? The minister said that we might have sealed ourselves and recultivated martial arts. Then what's our goal? To continue walking the extreme path, or to correct ourselves and walk the normal path? Or, as Su Bing said, we didn't actually walk the true extreme path back then. We were only very close to it. Maybe we recultivated this life to walk the true extreme path. Li Hansong quickly recovered from his injuries and said hurriedly, Don't talk nonsense. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I cultivated in the wrong way? If that was the case, he should continue walking the path of 10,000 paths as one, and walk the true 10,000 paths as one. Now, however, he could no longer walk the path. Wang Jinyang shook his head. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Also, didn't Fang Ping say that? We walk our own path. We don't have to follow other people's ideas. In our past lives, you and I reincarnated and recultivated. Maybe we have their ideas, but we don't have to follow their ideas. You're Li Hansong, I'm Wang Jinyang. I've said this many times. You don't have to be so conflicted. Isn't a martial artist like the minister terrifyingly powerful too? Whether a martial artist is powerful or not depends on himself. I think it has nothing to do with the path. I just think that I should focus on something. This way, I can become stronger quickly. At this point, Li Hansong felt relieved. He nodded and said, That's right. Actually, you don't have to care about these things. It still depends on yourself. After letting go of this worry, Li Hansong chuckled. All right, let's not care about this anymore. Who cares about past lives and present lives? Fang Ping, what should we do next? Establish the Heaven Division. Fang Ping laughed. Recruit people. Wait for the people who take over Black Heaven Palace. Force them to tell us where the other powerhouses are hiding. Visit them one by one. If they're easy to talk to, then visit them and explain clearly. If they're not easy to talk to, then take advantage of the minister and the rest. Intimidate them and kill them. This time, recruit a group of powerhouses. There will be great use in the future. In a few days, maybe I'll bring people into the catacombs and officially intervene in the battle of the catacombs' inner area, not the outer area. Our arrogant territory will change from the outer area to the inner area. As soon as he said that, both of them were a little excited. Were they going to officially fight their way into the inner area? This was the first time humans stepped into the inner area from the outer area. Fang Ping and the rest did not count. That was just sneaking in. Heaven Division? Li Hansong's focus was different. He said excitedly, How about calling it the Emperor Division? Get lost. Forget it then. Let's call it the Heaven Division. Right? Are we really going to conquer those old antiques? Of course. Actually, there's another purpose. We want to see the ancient martial artists' fighting style. Now that these people have come into being, one after another, there may be battles in the future. Now that we know their fighting style, we can be prepared. Fang Ping licked his lips and chuckled. This is a good opportunity. First, we'll conquer these ancient sections. Then, we'll subdue a group of people and bring them into the battlefield of kings. After that, if the true king doesn't show up, we'll take advantage of the situation and conquer a territory in the catacombs. The true king doesn't show up. Don't ask. It's useless even if you ask. Fang Ping said. Then he said, quickly, go back and prepare. Recruit talents. With rank 7 as the boundary, we'll only recruit high-ranked powerhouses. Right? Those 2 monsters that surrendered, maybe we can use them this time. When I become the minister, I'll have to use monsters as my mounts. Those that fly in the sky, those that run on the ground, those that swim in the water. I'm not interested in gophers. Those that run on the ground use jiao. Those that swim in the water. I think the ash cat is good at swimming in the forbidden sea. It's a cat that can swim. Both of them were dumbfounded. You. How bold. You want to ride that cat too? At the same time, in the forbidden sea, the ash cat's huge paws slapped the jiao in a frenzy, its face full of anger. Puppy! There are bad guys trying to harm me again! Bullying cats! Help me beat him up and stab him to death. That was going too far. Ever since it left the mountain, it had sensed several malicious intents. Someone was plotting against it again. Unfortunately, the big dog was dead. Otherwise, just based on this, I will let everyone know that the heavenly cat Tengu is not to be trifled with. This cat doesn't know how to fight, but Big Dog knows how to poke all of you to death. The old cat slapped the jiao's face. Stupid puppy! How powerful is the heavenly hound? Why are you so stupid? If you were a little more powerful, this cat wouldn't have to hide in the forbidden sea. What's there to be afraid of? Whoever dares to find trouble, Big Dog will stab them to death. The more the cat thought about it, the more it felt wronged. The big dog was dead, and there was no dog to support it. The days of a cat relying on a dog's power were gone forever. Even a crow wants to bully me. Even a cat tree dares to run away and not come back. And so many people, so many bad people want to steal this cat's artifact. Meow. I'm so pitiful. The cat's huge tail almost made the jiao spit out its tongue. You are pitiful. This cat is too much. It tortured it to the brink of death, and now it felt wronged. The jiao wanted to cry, but no tears came out. I don't want to become stronger anymore. When will this stupid cat let me go? Chapter 869. January 23rd. The central government joined forces with the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures to issue a new order. This order was only aimed at the martial arts world. On the basis of the original 3 divisions and 4 prefectures, a new division would be established. The 4th division, Heaven Division. The purpose of this division was not mentioned, but the new order was very clear. It was to focus on combat, take the initiative to fight. Today, the establishment of the 3 departments and 4 residences was not to take the initiative to go to war. Their main purpose was still to defend Sino-Nation's catacombs passageway. As for the newly established division, it was the true main force of the war. Heaven Division is looking for talented people who dare to fight. Requirements: firstly, he would mainly recruit high-ranked martial artists. Some rank 6 martial artists with outstanding performance could be recruited as an exception. Secondly, young martial artists should be recruited first. Thirdly, he must be proficient in the catacombs language. Fourth, Heaven Division's recruitment standards were very high. Rank 6 was the starting point, and not just any rank 6 would do. But the treatment was good. Basic salary: rank 6, 50 gene of rank, 9 energy stones per year, rank 7. 500 caddies of rank, 9 energy stones per year, rank 8. 1,000 caddies of rank, 9 energy stones per year, rank 9. 3,000 caddies of rank, 9 energy stones per year. Those who do not have divine weapons will be given priority to provide divine weapons of the same level and exchange them with contribution points. Those who fight will be distributed according to battle achievements and spoils. When the treatment of the Heaven Division was announced, the whole world was in an uproar. China has established the 4th Division. Setting up a new department was not a big deal, but the first recruitment was for rank 6. A few years ago, a rank 6 could already serve as a provincial governor. Today, rank 6 was just the starting point. This standard was not something the other clans could compare to. That was not all. When he saw the salary list, everyone was shocked, rich and overbearing. It was just a basic salary, but Heaven Division had really set a sky-high price. Take a rank 7, for example. Although there were more energy stones now than before, the price was still as high as 300 million per caddy. A rank 7 martial artists' annual salary alone was as high as 150 billion, not to mention the rank 9, which was close to a trillion. Almost no one believed this salary form when it was spread out. However, when they saw the name on the recruitment list of the Heaven Ministry, everyone believed it. Interested parties, please contact MCMAU's Vice Chancellor Fong Ping. Vice Chancellor Fong Ping holds the position of Deputy Minister of Sky Division. Fong Ping! When they found out that Fong Ping was the Deputy Minister of the Heaven Division, many people no longer had any doubts. This guy was a real rich guy. After the battle in Magic City, news had spread that he alone had taken a total of 5 mineral veins, which amounted to up to 200,000 caddies of mineral veins, equivalent to rank 9 energy stones. According to Fong Ping's personal wealth, he could support 100 rank 8 martial artists for a year. The key was that this guy had a way of making money. Every time he ran out of resources, he would quickly accumulate a large amount. With him around, the credibility of the Heaven Division's treatment would increase exponentially. Deputy Minister of the 4th Division. Many people were shocked when they saw the news. The 3 ministries and 4 prefectures were the governing bodies of Hua. The 7 leaders were not only the leaders of Hua Nation, but also the entire human race. Now, in the newly established 4th Division, the identity of the minister had not been revealed to the public yet. However, many people knew that Fong Ping had become the deputy minister. The minister was most likely a desperate realm powerhouse. Desperate realm powerhouses usually didn't care much about things. In the military headquarters, the Eastern and Northern Guard manors were mostly managed by the deputy commanders. Li Zhen didn't really care about the military headquarters, mainly Li Daong. If that was the case, it meant that Fong Ping was most likely the person in charge of the Heaven Division. 21 years old, Southern Guard manners. Wu Chuan looked at the restless crowd in the conference room and said with a dark expression, "Why are you guys looking at me?" On the left, a middle-aged powerhouse chuckled and said, "Guardian, the Heaven Division's offer is extraordinarily high. A rank 8 martial artist's annual salary is 2,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones." As he said that, he emphasized 2,000 caddies, not 2,000 grams. A ton. What a joke. If this thing was not jointly released by the central government in conjunction with the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures, he would have beaten the person who released the fake news to death. A rank 8 martial artist in your family's annual salary was a ton of energy stones? Thinking about it, in the Southern Guard manners, his salary was not settled in energy stones. He was a rank 8 martial artist after all. If his annual salary was converted into rank 9 energy stones here, would he have 100 caddies of energy stones? Probably not. Of course, everyone didn't care too much about this. But now, there was a guy who offered 20 times the salary. How could they not be tempted? Wu Chuan's expression darkened even more. That bastard Fong Ping. What the hell was he doing, raising the prices? Would this kid let others live? He was still thinking about it when the middle-aged man beside him chuckled and said, "Guardian, our Southern Guard manners haven't had a raise for many years. As for us, we're not that kind of profiteer. You see, why don't you give us a raise according to the Heaven Division's treatment?" Seeing that Wu Chuan's gaze looked like he could devour someone, the middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Ahem, that we don't ask for much, but it should at least reach 1/5 of the Heaven Division, right?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man said with a sigh, "Didn't the House of Guardians make a fortune a few days ago?" "Guardian, isn't it a waste to keep it?" The Southern Guard manors were still rich. Fong Ping had given them quite a lot before. In the end, during the Magic City battle this time, they received even more. In the end, Wu Chuan was so stingy that he did not even mention a raise. 1/5? Wu Chuan glared at him and said exasperatedly, "He's destroying the market. 1/5 for 100 caddies a year? You've set your sights higher now. Energy stones are easily a few hundred caddies. Besides, How long do you think he can pay for it? Just wait and see. With this kind of blind quotation, he's not cut out for a long time. The Heaven Division. I think it's only a matter of time before it goes bankrupt. The quoted price was ridiculously high. I don't know what old Zhang and the rest are thinking. They actually approved it. Isn't this putting us in a difficult position? Look, here comes the troublemaker. As he said that, Wu Chuan regained his composure and said, "Don't think about these. This kid quoted such a high price. That's not recruiting. He's really recruiting a suicide squad." Fang Ping quoted such a high price, not because he had nowhere else to spend his money. Wu Chuan's voice was slightly solemn as he said, "Some of you fellows are probably a little tempted, but I still have to remind you that the Heaven Division is actually recruiting a group of real killing talents this time. Do you know what the Heaven Division wants to do? They're taking the initiative to conquer everywhere. Not only the catacombs, but even places like the bounded boundaries will take the initiative to enter the restricted area to participate in the war. Everyone, Wu, will not stop you from seeking a future. 3 ministries and 4 houses. Actually, it's the same no matter where you are. Everyone is contributing to Sino Nation. But over at the Heaven Division, it's definitely much more dangerous than the House of Guardians in the south. Our current mission is to defend the outskirts. Although the city lords in the outskirts are all rank 9s, and there are quite a lot of them, there are many guys from the outskirts who take the initiative to fight. Our pressure is still lighter than others. But what about the Heaven Division? They take the initiative to fight and conquer everywhere. It can be said that once we join the Heaven Division, battles between high ranks, battles like the one in Magic City, will definitely not be rare. As soon as he said that, many people's expressions turned solemn. In reality, the Heaven Division quoted such a price. Everyone was a high-ranked martial artist. It was not like they really thought that Fang Ping was stupid. If Fang Ping was stupid, the leaders of the other divisions were not stupid either. Obviously, joining the Heaven Division was more dangerous than other places. Now that they heard that some of the dangerous places in the past were actually the Heaven Division's target, everyone was awestruck. Restricted areas, bounded boundaries, these places used to be known only by the paragons. Later on, even though everyone knew about them, there were not many who went there. Normally, people who were not paragons would not dare to go there to die. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier thought for a while and said, "Defense. That means that there are some changes in the government's policy. They are no longer defending and are starting to take the initiative to counterattack?" Wu Chuan shook his head and said, "No, it's still mainly defense." Counterattack. Actually, all of you should have felt it. The counterattack these few years, in fact, mostly came from Fang Ping and the others. I roughly know what Minister Zhang and the others are thinking. Instead of letting these fellows stir up trouble everywhere, it's better to gather them together and send a bunch of troublemakers to the Heaven Division. As he said that, he thought for a while and added, "Actually, the Heaven Division also has its benefits. The Heaven Division will definitely have many battles in the future. If everyone still wants to fight for martial arts, I think we can go for it once." Wu Chuan said with a straight face, "In the next 2 years, the 4 houses of guardians will mainly focus on defense. The military department, on the other hand, will focus on middle and low-rank battles. In order to cultivate new people, they will launch some middle and low-rank battles. However, the military department will not arbitrarily launch such battles for high ranks. It is not conducive to the growth of new people. Only the Heaven Division will be the gathering center for high ranks in the next 2 years." As soon as he said that in the conference room, some people's gazes changed slightly. It was obvious that they were still tempted. Wu Chuan's words were clear. The 3 departments and 4 houses each had their own missions. The houses of guardians guarded the catacombs. The military department led the middle and low-rank battles, and the Heaven Division was the assault point launching the high-rank battles. If they wanted to improve and upgrade, going to the Heaven Division was the most suitable. The middle-aged martial artist who spoke earlier chuckled and said, "Guardian, if we leave, what about the catacombs in the south?" Wu Chuan knocked on the table. After thinking for a while, he said, "For now, leaving some of the high ranks is not a problem. Once the Heaven Division launches a war, I think there will be fewer battles in the Outer Realms. Right now, the Outer Realms are actually also lying low, especially in the previous battle. More than 100 rank 9s were killed. Actually, many of them were conscripted from the southern catacombs, Outer Realms. Everyone is now in a period of balance. Besides, even if you guys go to the Heaven Division, it doesn't mean that you won't participate in other battles." Wu Chuan laughed and said, "It's good that we go. We can take advantage of the rich. That kid has 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones now. Based on his personality, he spends money like water. If we don't go, others will take advantage of us. However, I'll say it again. It's very dangerous. Everyone, think about it carefully." As he said that, Wu Chuan thought for a while and added, "Let me remind all of you. If you really go to the Heaven Division, taking advantage of your seniority, judging based on qualifications, then you guys better not go. That kid's temper isn't that good. When he recruited people, he put the youngsters as the priority. Actually, he's afraid that if a bunch of old guys go, they won't listen to him. That would be trouble." Wu Chuan said in a low voice, "Obey orders." This is also the main point of all the major departments. Even if he's wrong before he causes any actual losses, he's still right. Unless the central and the 3 departments and 4 residences object, otherwise he has to carry it out. I'm worried that if you guys go, you won't be able to change. When that time comes, there will be a gap. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded slightly. Someone laughed and said, "That's true. I always feel that he's still a little brat who only knows how to fool around. If we go, he'll be the deputy minister and we'll be the main soldiers. To be honest, the change is still a little abrupt." Even so, he still has to change. Wu Chuan shook his head and said, "Don't be a little brat. That kid, cough cough, from now on, I'll have to call him Minister Fong. Right now, he's only lacking a little in terms of age. His combat strength, battle achievements, and prestige are actually not lacking." After the battle in Magic City, he annihilated all the high-ranked powerhouses in the Magic City catacombs, killed hundreds of rank 9s, and even killed a few true kings. Although it's not all his credit, he was the one who led this battle. This is the only time in 100 years that such a great victory has happened. Wu Chuan sighed a little. Then he smiled and shook his head, saying, "In short, if you guys want to go, think clearly. Don't procrastinate. When it's time to make up your minds, make up your minds. Go report to Magic City." Everyone was a little tempted, but some were not prepared to go. Very soon, the meeting in the Southern House of Guardian ended. On this day, not only the Southern House of Guardian, but some powerhouses from other departments were tempted as well. Some idle grandmasters who had not joined the government before were also tempted on this day. Remuneration was only one aspect. When one reached a high rank, the energy stones were only enough to satisfy everyone's cultivation needs. What everyone was more concerned about was the series of high-rank battles that the Heaven Division would lead. In the 3 departments and 4 residences, restraint was needed. Sometimes, even if the catacombs provoked them, they would not fight just because they wanted to. However, if they went to the Heaven Division, the situation might be reversed. Just as everyone was discussing, some powerhouses had already rushed to Magic City. Donglin, in a small mountain village, the scenery was picturesque. Smoke rose from kitchen chimneys. It was a rare sight for Fong Ping to enjoy. Standing at the edge of the terrace fields, looking at the white-haired old man working in the fields, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Senior Tian, have you really retired?" "I'm old. I can't fight anymore." Tian Mu responded dully, continuing to work. Fong Ping sighed. "A long time ago, someone told me that martial artists don't die of old age on their sickbeds. Which rank 9 died on their sickbeds? Which rank 9 died on Earth? Did they? No. Now, you want to die of old age on Earth. Senior Tian, is that how a Fist King is? Tian Mu raised his head and glanced at him. There was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. He said lightly, "Don't provoke me. I want to die in the catacombs, but I can't, and I don't want to. I'm a Sino rank 9, a Fist King, the military department's deputy commander-in-chief. I can be killed by a rank 9, but I will never tolerate being killed by those weaklings. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not willing to use my death to help those bastards." He was one of the top powerhouses in Sino Nation. He could die, but he could not die in the hands of those weaklings. This would only fuel those people's arrogance. A middle-ranked martial artist beheaded Sino Nation's Fist King. What a battle record! But now, he did not have the ability to fight with high ranks. His golden body was destroyed, his mentality was half dead, and his origin space was severely damaged. Although he still had many years of battle experience, he could fight with middle ranks. But now he was not willing to enter the catacombs to fight again, unless he was really needed. Otherwise, with his death, he would help the middle ranks in the catacombs. He did not want to see this happen. Senior Tian, you've been fighting for your whole life. Are you really willing to give up now? Since I've brought the cat fruit to you, it means that it's not a good thing to me. You don't trust me. Fong Ping sighed. Do you think I lack this thing? When I get a treasure once, I have the chance to get it a second time, a third time. In the past, energy stones were worth a lot, right? But now it's nothing. I can't be bothered to pick it up, even if it's thrown on the ground. Now, Sino Nation is going to establish the Heaven Division, and I'm going to be the executive deputy minister. I'm going to officially lead high-ranked martial artists to fight everywhere, but I'm still young. I don't have enough credibility. Without a few powerhouses holding the line, without a few old people watching, will everyone believe me? Should I count on Old Manly? Fong Ping sighed. No way. He's not qualified enough, and he doesn't care about these things at all. If I count on him, then I'll just wait for the Heaven Division to go bankrupt. No matter how I think about it, Senior Tian is still the most suitable. The cat fruit is nothing. Also, this time I'll give the Pine King's origin path to Senior Tian for you to comprehend. Once Senior Tian enters the origin realm, I think you'll be a true top-notch powerhouse. Don't say that True King Path is precious and worthless. Those who really have a chance to reach the pinnacle won't be interested in it. Those who don't have a chance to reach the pinnacle will just be wasting it. Senior Tian, on the other hand, is seriously injured now. If you use it, maybe you can become stronger. Do you want to die in the catacombs or wait for the humans to achieve a great victory and participate in it yourself? Or do you want to wait for your death here? Think about it, Senior Tian. Fong Ping looked around and shook his head. This is a good place with verdant hills and clear waters. It's not a bad place to be your grave. But if you really die of old age here, in the future, I'll carve a tombstone for you. The grave of deserter Tian Mu. How dare you? Tian Mu's hair stood on end in anger. F*CKU, you're the deserter. Fong Ping chuckled. Why wouldn't I dare? You don't have any descendants. If you die, won't the government arrange it? As for me, I've become the deputy minister of the Heaven Division. Then I'll represent the government. Moreover, you're from MCMAU, so I can have the final say. I can carve whatever I say for you. I've already said that the cat fruit isn't anything good. The Pine King's path isn't either. I can help you recover, but you don't want to. If this isn't fear, then what is? You're afraid. You don't dare to fight anymore. After fighting for so many years, you're tired, and you don't have the courage to fight anymore. Fong Ping sighed. Don't think that I'm trying to provoke you. Tian Mu's eyes widened. Fong Ping chuckled. All right, I'm trying to provoke you. But what I said is true. Do you want to recover? If you don't, then you're a deserter, Tian Mu. When I get back, I'll go to MCMAU and remove your name. MCMAU can't afford to lose face like this. Look at the old vice-chancellor. He's a real winner in life. Even in the end, he still brought a rank 8 with him. Compared to the old vice-chancellor, you're much worse. Tianmu was so angry that his face turned purple. He snorted. You're so arrogant now that you're successful, kid. I have the right to not use it. It's invalid when it expires. Tianmu glared at him. After a while, he snorted. Give me the things. Fangping smiled. The cat fruit and a crystal door appeared in his hands. After thinking for a while, a piece of paper appeared as well. He said, Indenture 100 years. I'm not going to work for free for Commanderly. This time, after you recover, you'll be sold to the Heaven Division. You can't return to the military department. If you go to the Heaven Division, you'll still be the deputy. Tianmu cursed under his breath. He stepped forward and took the things. He looked at the indenture and gritted his teeth. Is my 100 years worth this little money? It's not bad. Fangping sighed. Don't forget, you're a cripple now. A cripple selling himself for 100 years. Other than me, there's no one else who can offer such a price. Motherf asterisk her. I knew you weren't a good person. Now you've really made a move on me. Tianmu cursed. He picked up a pen and signed his name. As he walked up from the field, he asked, That Bulsh asterisk T Heaven Division of yours, how many people have you recruited? How many rank 9s are there? Currently, you're the only one. Fangping chuckled. I'm just posting the recruitment advertisement. I keep feeling that you've lowered the standard. Can't you put it in another way? It's the same. Fangping smiled as he walked. It's a rank 9 after all. There's no hurry. Don't I have rank 9 combat strength too? I'll get Old Man Li into the Heaven Division too. That makes 3. Also, I'll see if there are any rank 9 applying this time. It should be enough to recruit a few people. After a few big battles, our rank 9 will also rise. Tianmu did not say anything. He walked along the mountain path toward his residence. Soon, a bamboo house appeared in front of him. Tianmu entered the house barefooted. He took out a luggage bag and said, All right, let's go. Tianmu was as straightforward as ever. Since he had accepted cat fruit, this place, in the future, when the world was at peace, or when he died, he would come back. There was no reluctance. Peace, quietness, and happiness were all achieved through fighting. If you don't fight, if I don't fight, there would be no Shangri-La. In the mountains, some children were playing. At this moment, when they saw Tianmu carrying his luggage and walking away, a child suddenly shouted, Grandpa Tian, my dad said that when I grow up I'll join the army too. I'll fight the bad guys with Grandpa Tian. Tianmu said without turning his head, When you grow up, there will be no more wars. When that time comes, there will be no more wars. This time, he would not return without victory. If not, he would just let him die in the catacombs. Tianmu and Fangping left together. In the mountains, some civilians walked out one after another. General Tian left again. Back then he had also walked out of this mountain village. It had been many years. All these years, Tianmu had almost never come back. A few days ago, he suddenly came back all alone. Some of the elderly had tears in their eyes, sighing endlessly. They knew Tianmu, the pride of the mountains, a great general, a legendary Grandmaster powerhouse. In the past, the people might not have known about his sudden return. Now, however, many people knew that the great general had fought in the catacombs, returned with serious injuries, and came back to wait for death. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. He would not come back until this day. Now he had left again. The great general, who had lost his vigor a few days ago, was walking with vigor today. After this departure, would there still be a day when he would return? Send off the old general. A youth shouted loudly, yelling loudly, I want to join the army too, to kill the enemy. Tianmu laughed loudly but did not respond. In the blink of an eye, Fangping took Tianmu and soared into the sky, disappearing into the mountains. On this day, there were young men and women in the mountains, bidding farewell to the elderly, leaving the mountains to join the army. When the catacombs invaded, all powerhouses were going to die. The old general returned with serious injuries. Today, he came out of the mountains to fight again. All the Sino nation youths dared to fight. Chapter 870. On January 23rd, the recruitment order was issued. On January 24th, people arrived at MCMAU one after another. Tian Mu also began his closed-door training. On January 25th, while Fong Ping was preparing for the Heaven Division, Dongshan, Qin Fengqing waited for the group from Dark Heaven sect. There were a total of 40 people, young and old. 3 rank 9. The 3 that Fong Ping had seen previously had all appeared this time. 6 rank 8s, 11 rank 7s, 20 middle ranks. No lower ranks. Even those youths were middle-ranked martial artists. The underground passageway had now disappeared. Martial artists were extremely efficient. At this moment, a modern hall had appeared. This hall was actually a complete hall that Zhang Tao had moved here. In the hall, Wu Quishan led the team, Dragon King Linlong, and a few rank 9 powerhouses came together to welcome them. Although it was said to be important, it was actually to guard these people and suppress them, to prevent these people from causing trouble and unforeseen events. Greetings, seniors. When he saw those people, Wu Quishan was extremely polite, fist saluting and greeting. At this time, Qin Fengqing stepped forward and introduced, "Seniors, this is Sino Nation's Deputy Minister of Education, Minister Wu Quishan. This is Grand Master Lin Long from the central government. This is the military department's deputy commander, Guaxian." Qin Fengqing introduced them one by one. This time there were only 3 rank 9s here. There were a few rank 8s. Listening to Qin Fengqing's introduction, Su Bing and the others from Dark Heaven sect did not quite understand the division of these positions, but they still smiled and nodded. Su Bing said politely, "Sorry to disturb you. I haven't been out of Dark Heaven sect for many years." Su Bing said a few polite words. In the crowd, the others looked around curiously. This was the human world. A teenager could not help but whisper, "The concentration of spirit energy is so low. No wonder people say the human world is a barren land." As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan and the others ignored him. Some middle-aged people in the crowd glared at these teenagers. This time out of Dark Heaven sect, the Emperor had said to avoid conflicts with the human world powerhouses. Of course, they should not embarrass Dark Heaven sect. Although they also felt that the concentration of spirit energy in the human world was too low, making them uncomfortable. It was better to understand the situation first. Among the crowd, Su Bing and the others only recognized Qin Fengqing. Su Bing took a few more glances at Wu Quishan and the others, feeling slightly wary. However, he did not pay too much attention to them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Bing said politely, Minister Wu, I haven't met young friends Fong and the others yet." Wu Quishan chuckled. "Fong Ping is currently busy with the establishment of the new division. This matter is also related to the seniors coming out of seclusion this time. This time, seniors, the place we're going to is Magic City, which is also where Fong Ping is now. Seniors, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Qin Fengqing. Seniors, you haven't come out of seclusion for many years, so I'm afraid you don't know much about modern affairs. However, I believe that everyone will be able to live in China smoothly in a few days. These people would be sent to Shanghai this time. The location of the headquarters of the Heavenly Division had not been confirmed yet. However, since Fong Ping was in Magic City, it was highly likely that he would arrange for his headquarters to be located there. Su Bing and the others would also be handed over to Fong Ping. As for how Fong Ping was going to suppress them, that was the Heaven Division's business. If he could not even suppress these few, the establishment of the Heaven Division would become a joke. Su Bing smiled and nodded. Beside him, Suajia said telepathically, "This time the human world has only arranged for these people to welcome us. We have come out of Black Heaven by the Emperor's order to represent the Emperor in the human world. How dare they neglect us?" They were the Emperor's envoys. They dared not say that powerhouses like the fake Emperor would welcome them, but a true god would at least appear. However, not only were there no true gods, the other party did not do anything to welcome them either. In the past, when they appeared in the human world, the people all knelt to welcome them. The human emperors also had to worship the heavens. Now there was nothing. Suajia was dissatisfied. Su Bing quickly, telepathically said, "Hold your anger for now. This time, coming out of Black Heaven is to pave the way for the Emperor. Don't cause trouble." Right now, he was not clear about anything in the human world. The last time he came out was 100 years ago. If he caused trouble at this time and angered the fake Emperor, it would be troublesome. Su Bing felt a little apprehensive. 100 years ago, when he roamed the mortal world and the human world, he had almost never seen an origin martial artist. Now he had just come out and he actually saw 3. The strength of the martial artists in the human world is increasing very quickly. I'm afraid that the chaotic times that the Emperor mentioned are coming soon. Chaotic times were coming, and talents were coming in large numbers. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Every time before the Great Chaos, a group of top powerhouses would appear. Of course, there would also be a group of top powerhouses who would fall. While Su Bing and the others were still thinking about this, Wu Quishan had already led everyone out of the hall. Outside the hall, there were a few buses parked. Su Bing and the others looked at these vehicles curiously. At this moment, their location was almost near the Queen Mother Pond. However, the Queen Mother Pond that used to be crowded with tourists had no tourists today. Seeing their curiosity, Qin Fengqing smiled and said, "Seniors, this is a car, a means of transportation. We will take the car to Magic City." Car. Su Bing looked around. The others seemed to be a little cold and had no intention of explaining. This made him feel a little indignant. At this moment, it seemed that only Qin Fengqing was willing to answer their questions. Thinking of this, Su Bing let out a sigh of relief. At least there was an acquaintance. Moreover, on Qin Fengqing's side, the Emperor also wanted him to interact more. Coincidentally, this was also an opportunity. Under the curious gazes of these ancient people, Wu Quishan arranged for Qin Fengqing and a few powerhouses to stay together. Instead, he did not stay with these rank 9s. Instead, he boarded the last car. The car drove slowly away from the Queen Mother Pond, heading toward Magic City. In the car behind, Linlong telepathically said, "Minister Wu, are you really going to let Fang Ping settle these people?" 3 rank 9s. Their abilities are not weak. That Su Bing, I'm afraid, is already at stage 8 origin. Fang Ping may not be able to suppress the other party. Moreover, they're going to Magic City this time. Magic City is a populated area. If there is a conflict, it will be troublesome. It's not Magic City, it's the island. Wu Quishan explained, it's where FMS is. This time, FMS is preparing to move, preparing to merge with MCMAU. After they leave, Fang Ping is very likely to run FMS as the Heavenly Department headquarters. In this case, there is still a distance to Magic City. However, if 3 rank 9s and many rank 7 and 8 martial artists attack together, it will be very dangerous. Linlong was still a little worried. His voice was much heavier now. The ministers are actually at ease to let these people to Fang Ping and the others. It's too risky. In my opinion, it's better to watch over them on the spot, or just send them directly to the catacombs. Don't worry, Fang Ping should be prepared. From his tone, these people can't do anything. I hope so. Linlong sighed. Nothing must happen. It was near Magic City. If something happened, the tens of millions of people in Magic City could not stop these rank 9s. At the same time, Magic City catacombs. Forbidden Seaside. Fang Ping was smiling so widely that his face was like a blossoming flower. In front of him, Large batches of snacks were thrown out. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Brother Cat, how about going to the human world to play? There are too many fun things in the human world now. There are too many delicious things. Don't you like to swim?" "I don't." The cat's answer was straightforward. While eating the canned food, it shook its big head and said, "I'm not a big dog. I don't like to swim." This person was an idiot. Whose cat liked to swim? There was no other way. I entered the forbidden sea to hide my aura. What was this idiot thinking? How could he think that I liked to swim? Fong Ping's expression did not change. He continued smiling. Then I'm wrong. This time, some people from Mystic Light have come out to the human world. Brother Cat, are you interested in meeting them? Mystic Light? The cat tilted its head and thought for a while. It asked, Mystic Light? Which Mystic Light? I'm thinking. The cat fell into deep thought. After a while eating, it said vaguely, there are two Mystic Light. One is Mystic Light Gonghua Tian. The other is Mystic Light Gonghua Tian. It seems like it. That's not right. Mystic Light Gonghua Tian seemed to have been poked and exploded by someone. Who did it? The cat muttered to itself. Who poked and exploded that place? Forget it. I won't remember if I can't remember. Mystic Light Gonghua Tian? No wonder it looked familiar. I think I've seen that guy before, but it's been a long time. I remember he used to play with Big Dog, but Big Dog said he was a bad guy and almost beat him to death once. Fong Ping immediately gossiped. Why did Sky Dog beat him? He wanted to find the heavenly realm. As he said that, the cat suddenly looked at Fong Ping and shut up immediately. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said it. It was not that I should not have said it, but this guy had a lot of questions. If I said it, he would ask again. It was so annoying. Now the cat had learned to be smart. When he saw him, he could not say things that he did not know, or else he would be questioned again. Fong Ping laughed. I see. He wanted to find the heavenly realm. I think he found it and gave me a piece of the heavenly realm map, but I gave it to the emperor. Ah, I can't go there. The cat shook its head hurriedly. I can't go there. It's very dangerous. Big Dog is dead. Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. Did Sky Dog die in the heavenly realm? The cat did not answer. It continued to eat. I won't tell you. Besides, I don't know if it's true either. It seems like it. When Big Dog left, it came to say hello and then left. The cat did not ask much. At that time it was in a daze and could not remember when Big Dog left. Seeing that it was silent, Fong Ping did not ask any more. He smiled. Brother Cat, how about going to the human world for a few days? Don't you feel bored here? Your cat palace has already been built, but I'm afraid it'll take some time. Take this opportunity to go to the human world and have a look. I'm not going. Fong Ping tempted. There's a lot of delicious food there. Also, when you get there, you don't need to swim anymore. I see that Brother Cat's fur seems to have dimmed recently. It's not good for your fur if you stay in the sea for too long. The old cat subconsciously looked at its own fur. Did I have it? It was a real godly cat. Fong Ping continued. It'll only be a few days. I'll be back soon. The cat looked at him and said unhappily, but don't always think of bad things or else I'll poke you to death. This bad guy was smiling with evil intentions. It was definitely not good. It actually wanted to go to the human world and have a look. It had not been there for a long time. However, the great thief's smile was especially evil. It felt like it was getting goosebumps. Fong Ping coughed dryly. Brother Cat, don't misunderstand. I'm actually a good person. Who doesn't say that I, Fong Ping, am a good person? Also, the Emperor has recently left our place. If Brother Cat goes now, no one will be able to threaten you. I also trust Brother Cat and believe that you won't harm humans. That's why I invited you for a trip. That old antique Xian Ming Tian wants to come, but we won't let him. Brother Cat, you see, I trust you so much. I'm so at ease, but you doubt my kindness. To be honest, it's a little hurtful. Fong Ping sighed softly, his face full of disappointment. The cat looked at him for a while. It really wanted to smack him to death with its tail. Liar. If I don't call him the great thief, then I'll call him a liar. How dare he lie to a cat? I'm a real godly cat. It's not like I don't know you're pretending. After pondering for a while, the cat chewed on a drumstick and said, I don't fight. You can't make me fight. Also, I think I didn't just lose my cat tree and cat palace. I think I lost something else. I think I lost it in the human world. But I don't want to look for it myself. Can you help me look for it? Fong Ping's eyes moved. He asked hurriedly, what else is lost? The cat thought for a while and said, I think it's a bell. I don't remember. It should be. I used to like it quite a lot. It jingled when I wore it, but I don't know where I lost it. I think it's in the human world. The cat continued, the cat bell is gone. I want to find it. Fong Ping asked curiously, Brother Cat, you don't care about any treasures. Why are you looking for this time? It's all because of that big crow. The cat suddenly became angry. The big crow bullied me. It seems to have recognized me and wanted to stab me to death. It's such a bully. The big dog is dead. Xiao Jian is gone. It bullied me. The puppy is too useless. When it saw the big crow, it was so scared that it did not dare to move. I want to find the bell. The big crow flies so high. The bell can cover it and shock it to death. I'm so angry. The cat was angry. The big crow was too annoying. It did not go fishing anymore, but the big crow still wanted to find trouble with it. It did not like to fight. It could not fish there anymore. It was ready to change to another place to fish. But the big crow took the initiative to find trouble with it. The fishing rod could catch the king pine, but it could not catch the big crow. The big crow flew too fast. After fishing for a few times, the big crow almost snatched its fishing rod away. The cat thought for a long time. It still had a bell that could become bigger. When it became bigger, it could cover the big crow and stab it to death. Let's see if it still dared to bully me. Fong Ping's heart stirred. The big crow might be a titled. What could cover such a powerhouse? Isn't old Zhang thinking of a way to cover the space battlefield? Fong Ping licked his lips. If it could even cover an emperor level, then if old Zhang got his hands on it, it would be very useful. No problem, I'll help you find it. But the Earth has almost been turned over by human powerhouses, and they haven't found any divine weapons. Did Brother Cat remember wrongly? Also, do you have any clues? If I remember correctly, it should be in the human world. The cat said while eating, when we reach the human world, I might be able to find it. I've worn the bell for a long time. It has my scent. Fong Ping did not care so much. He laughed. That's good. Brother Cat, shall we go out now? Magic City would be the safest place to go if he brought this cat out. Of course, the premise was that this cat would help. It was okay. He would take it one step at a time. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. If he went out, he would bluff it a little more. He might be able to bluff it into a fighter or a mount. Just as he was thinking about it, smack! Fong Ping staggered. His golden body was trembling from the hit. The cat's big eyes were full of anger. He said angrily, You're up to no good again. Fong Ping's big tail slapped Fong Ping. It looked like it wanted to scratch him. Fong Ping was speechless. It knew that too. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. This cat was probably very sensitive to things that involved itself. Fong Ping began to think wildly in his heart. The cat was a good cat. The cat was a good cat. It was just self-hypnosis. As if anyone could not do it. As expected, Fong Ping was thinking about this crazily. The cat looked at him doubtfully. Liars change so fast. Brother Cat, let's go? But the puppy is still swimming. Should I bring the puppy with me? Fong Ping smiled brightly. An extra jiao was not bad. An extra rank 9 monster was also combat power. Forget it. Let the puppy swim by itself. I've been pissed off by it recently. It's too stupid. The cat thought about it and felt that it was better to leave the puppy behind. It was too stupid. Coincidentally, once it left, the demons nearby would return. It was time for the puppy to fight. The big dog used to fight every day. The puppy was too lazy and did not fight. This would not do. The cat abandoned the jowl. In the next moment, it jumped out of the forbidden sea. As soon as it jumped out, Fong Ping suddenly understood why the peak did not enter the forbidden sea. When the cat jumped out of the sea, the void actually trembled a little. Not just one place, but the entire 7 southern territory seemed to tremble a little. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Although the peak was strong, it should not have reached this stage, right? The cat was not surprised. Its huge cat body jumped out. After thinking for a while, its body suddenly changed from the size of a truck to the size of a Tibetan Mastiff in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping looked at it strangely, but soon felt relieved. It seemed that, although the cat was lazy, it still had a good control of its own strength. It could actually compress itself to this extent. This was also a manifestation of its strength control. Looking at the cat that was about the size of a dog, Fong Ping wanted to pet it, but he gave up on this stupid decision in the end. When he had this thought, the cat seemed to point its tail at him again. "Go, liar. I'll come back when I find the bell." "No problem. Don't make me fight, or I'll poke you to death." "No problem. Prepare a lot of cat food for me, or I'll poke you to death too." "No problem." Fong Ping agreed without hesitation. "Whatever you say. I've finally abducted this cat and brought it away." As for fighting or not, he would think about it when the time came. If he could suppress it, of course, it would not be a problem. If not, then he would have to think of a way. Moreover, with the cat around, Fong Ping could be absolutely assured of one thing. That phoenix and that mole would definitely not dare to cause trouble. Fong Ping really did not dare to bring these 2 monsters to Earth. If it were humans, it would be better. At least Fong Ping could intimidate them. However, the monsters could be very crazy sometimes. When human powerhouses caught monsters, they did not dare to bring them back to Earth for fear of causing a big mess. That was still rank 7. Now there were 2 rank 9 monsters. If they caused trouble, a little carelessness would lead to a big disaster. However, now that the cat was here, even if it did not make a move, these 2 monsters would be scared to death. The original site of Hope City. The 2 monsters were indeed trembling. When they saw the cat beside Fong Ping sizing them up with a curious look, the bird and the mole trembled violently. Where was the dignity of a rank 9? Fong Ping, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He did not use telepathy, but said loudly, "Since you 2 monsters have chosen to surrender, then I will give you a chance. However, I will say this in advance. If you go to our territory and dare to harm humans without our permission, you will die without a doubt. The cat has wanted to eat you for a long time. Don't make a mistake. We dare not." The phoenix monster hurriedly used telepathy. The mole also squeaked, not daring to do so. The cat looked at Fong Ping again. The liar had lied to the monsters again. This cat did not want to eat them anymore. The last time these 2 monsters pooped, it already felt that it could not eat them. It was too disgusting. Now it would not eat them even if it was given to it. As Fong Ping said that, he added, "After you go out, you must listen to my orders. Remember, it's me and only me. Don't care about or listen to other people's orders." If these 2 silly monsters listened to other people's orders, it would easily cause trouble. They might not be able to distinguish good from bad. After reminding it, Fong Ping said again, "Big Bird, do you have a name? Mole, what about you? If you don't have a name, then we will be Big Bird and Mole." "Mole. Phoenix Spirit." "A female bird?" Fong Ping glanced at the phoenix and grinned. "Big Bird, you better behave yourself, or else I will get you some male birds to enjoy. Also, Phoenix Sparrow chatted with me for a while last time. Coincidentally, I wanted to settle scores with you, a traitor. I told Phoenix Sparrow exactly what you said before. You wanted to lure it here for me to kill. Phoenix Sparrow is the direct descendant of the true king. You, a side branch, actually schemed against the direct descendant of the true king. Even if you go back now, you will only die. Phoenix Sparrow's body trembled slightly. It was over. This human actually told Phoenix Sparrow. It knew that Fong Ping and Phoenix Sparrow were in contact. The last time Ji Yao came in, they seemed to have worked together. At this moment, Phoenix Spirit felt a little hopeless. It betrayed God's land, betrayed the royal court, betrayed Phoenix Sparrow, and offended the descendant of the true king. Even if it went back to protect the royal court, it would still die. Fong Ping smiled. However, if you follow me and listen to me, then all these problems will not be a problem. Now is the time for me to use you. If you don't listen to me, you will become raw materials for divine weapons. Coincidentally, I have a huge shortage of divine weapons. If you listen to me, I, Fong Ping, am not a stingy person. Things like imperishable substances, I will not mistreat you. Let's go. Fong Ping said. Behind him, Guo Shengquan and the rest were a little worried. Was it really safe to bring these monsters to the surface? However, seeing the cat wagging its tail and following Fong Ping, the few of them felt much more at ease. Although the cat was also a demon, stronger than the phoenix spirit and the gopher, this cat, at least until now, was quite friendly to humans. Previously, it had even fished King Pine to death and stabbed 12 rank 9s to death. Many people still felt that the cat could be trusted. 1 human and 3 monsters entered the passageway quickly. The moment they entered the passageway began to tremble. The cat walked in the passageway, looking left and right. Its cat face was full of curiosity. It said in surprise, "Oh, it's going to break. No wonder. It's going to fight again." Broken? Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly, "The Emperor said that when the 108 passageways are opened, these passageways will be stable, but Brother Cat said it's broken." The cat said casually, "Yes, it's stable if it's broken." When the celestial world wall is broken, many things will be stable. Yes, space will be stable. In the future, there will not be spatial cracks whenever there is a fight. Also, when the celestial world wall is broken, the Tao will be more stable. Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. Stable Tao? Was this the opportunity that everyone had been waiting for? How to stabilize it? The Emperor said that the catacombs path is even shorter. Before Fong Ping could finish, the cat interrupted. "No, but the path over there seems to have been hidden by someone." The cat said lazily, "Actually, it's the same length, but I don't know who did it," hiding a little. It's not really hidden, it's just. The cat seemed to find it hard to describe. After a while it said, "A very powerful person made the path in front of them a little misty, so that people can't see it. Actually, it can still be walked. Oh, it wasn't like this before I went to sleep." Who did it? Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. It was not like this before he went to sleep? If that was the case, the change was within these 2,000 years. Who did it? The most likely one was actually the Demon Emperor. After the battle in the King Battleground, the biggest battle was the battle with the Demon Emperor. But did the Demon Emperor have this ability? He could actually cover up a part of the catacombs powerhouse's Tao. How was that possible? Fong Ping did not know how to interfere with other people's Tao at all. Could it be that these powerhouses had a way? It's very likely unquestionable sword. Fong Ping had some speculations in his heart. In the battle 1,000 years ago, unquestionable sword attacked the catacombs and did not seem to notice any changes. However, the name of the Demon Emperor made the catacombs fearful. What did he do that year that made him like this? Could it be that he attacked the catacombs because of this? But how did he do it? The ranking given by old Zhang was not even as good as the Heavenly King subduing. Was the Heavenly King subduing too powerful, or did he overestimate unquestionable sword? Fong Ping was puzzled, but he did not ask this time. He asked unquestionable sword. The cat was easily provoked. If it ran away, Where would he get a venerable, ominous cat to suppress the area? He had some plans. If he built a good relationship with this cat, it might be useful in suppressing 33 heavens in the future. He felt that those old antiques seemed to be quite afraid of this cat. The last time he mentioned the cat, even Dark Sky Emperor could not help but tremble. For a moment, Fong Ping suddenly thought of a question. This cat, who raised it? Really, he was too curious. If it was said that other demons were raised by nature, he would still believe it. However, this cat did not look like it at all. It was more like the kind that was raised at home. Who could raise a lazy cat to a desperate situation? This was not something that ordinary people could do. Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. One man and 3 demons quickly exited the passageway. The moment they exited the passageway, the cat suddenly muttered, "What a familiar smell!" At this moment, this cat turned into a dog, its nose sharp. At the same time, in some places in Sino Nation, the void trembled slightly. It seemed like something was not right. Chapter 871. Human Realm. At the entrance of the passageway, the cat was bursting with curiosity. The human world seemed to be different. It was curious. At this moment, the onlookers at the entrance of the passageway all had different expressions. Demonic beast, and 3 of them at the same time. In the crowd, Chun Yunqi looked at the cat and walked forward cautiously. She walked to Fong Ping's side and pointed at the cat. Was this the cat that had fished the true king to death? Fong Ping understood what she meant. He nodded, then quickly transmitted his voice. "Don't even think about touching it, even though I really want to." In fact, when the cat appeared, many people were eager to try it out. Fong Ping felt it. In fact, he also wanted to touch this fat cat's head. It was furry and meaty, and he could feel it just by looking at it. What a pity, Apex Cat, don't even think about it. If he angered the cat, Fong Ping would not be able to handle it. Chun Yunqi felt a little regretful, but she did not think too much about it. She said quickly, "The Vice-Chancellor called earlier. He's already on the way. Are we bringing him to MCMAU or the first military school?" "The top military academy," Fong Ping said as he walked. "Disperse, what are you looking at? It's like you've never seen a demonic beast before. These people must be very bored, right? Any one of the 3 demonic beasts could easily crush them to death. What was there to watch? If the self-esteem of these demonic beasts was stimulated, they would explode all of a sudden and wouldn't even know how they died." Fong Ping's words were still effective. Outside the passageway, the crowd dispersed. "These people are so weak." This sentence made Chun Yunqi's whole body tremble. She said in surprise, "You can talk." The cat seemed a little surprised, a little disdainful, and a little depressed. "Is it strange that I can talk?" Chun Yunqi was really surprised. She knew about the cat's existence before, but she knew that Fong Ping and the others had communicated with it. She thought it was mentality communication. Who knew they could talk? This was the first time she had met a demon that could speak. The cat couldn't be bothered with her. It wagged its tail and looked around before saying, "Liar, you're a big liar!" So much cat food. It was everywhere. How shameless of you to cheat a cat. How shameless. Its spiritual power was so strong that even if it didn't deliberately look around, it still found countless places to buy cat food. The things that the swindler gave it were everywhere. Super big liar. I will never trust him again. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He cursed under his breath. He had miscalculated. I forgot all about it. If he had known this would happen, he would have banned snacks in Shanghai. No one is allowed to sell. The cat ignored him and scolded Fong Ping. Then its eyes narrowed into slits. The human world, this cat is coming. So much cat food. Then they will all be mine. Sometimes, when he woke up, he was so hungry that he didn't have anything to eat. He always felt that he had to sleep again this time. When he woke up next time, he didn't know if the human world still existed. It was time to stock up. The last time he wasn't prepared. As a result, when he woke up, He even ate all the grass in the Quokang Mountain. There were actually so many delicious foods this time. He had to stock up on food. The cat's little thoughts emerged one by one. It glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of its eye. How dare a liar lie to me? Don't blame me for not greeting you then. I'll steal everything away. Fong Ping did not think too much at the moment. After being seen through by the cat, he was a little embarrassed. He quickly recovered and smiled. Brother Cat, I know that you're here, so I specially conscripted cat food to prepare for you. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go to the Heaven Division first. Brother Cat, stay in the Heaven Division for now. I'll order someone to find a bell for you. I found it. The cat suddenly said, I smell a bell. As he said that, the cat's tail suddenly bristled. Its tail stood straight up. Meow. At this time, the cat was no longer meowing cutely. Instead, it looked very fierce. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. The two monsters beside him and the phoenix spirit had just flown up when they fell to the ground with a thud, causing the ground to shake. Brother Cat! Fong Ping felt uneasy. What was wrong? He was regretting it now. Maybe he should not have brought this cat back to Earth. Meow. The cat called out angrily and said angrily, Some bad guy broke my bell. Bad guy. It realized that its bell had been torn apart. It did not smell it earlier, but now it felt it. The bell had been torn into several pieces. It's broken. Yes, it's been torn apart. The cat said angrily, I'm so angry. The bell is so cute. Why did it have to be torn apart? Fong Ping was about to speak when the cat suddenly said, It's a true god, I think. I think he's almost at the titled rank. Who is it? Fong Ping's expression changed again. At this time he still did not speak. The next moment the cat said with a strange expression, he seems to know that I'm coming out. He threw the little round bell ball away. Fong Ping asked hurriedly, What little round ball? The one that can ring. The cat looked at him doubtfully. After thinking for a while, it described, There's a little ball inside the bell, the one that can ring out. Haven't you seen a bell before? Fong Ping frowned and said, A true god? Which direction? That way. The cat pointed its paw toward the west, then north, east, south. Fong Ping's expression darkened. The cat looked serious. He's running. I can't smell him anymore. He threw my little round ball away. I can't find him. He's gone. He's gone. Fong Ping understood instantly. A paragon was breaking through space and escaping at high speed. Why was he escaping? Who was it? Who took the cat's bell and ran away after sensing the cat's arrival? Fong Ping suddenly picked up the phone and quickly dialed a number. The cat was not in a hurry to find the bell. It poked its head out and looked at the phone curiously. Soon the call went through. As soon as the call went through, Fong Ping asked hurriedly, Is the minister still there? On the other side of the phone, a leader from the Education Ministry said, Quickly, Minister Fong, the minister has been out a lot these few days. Now, yes. As he spoke, the phone seemed to be in Zhang Tao's hands. Zhang Tao laughed and said, The cat is here? I felt the tunnel shaking just now. Meow. Fake human emperor, where are you? The cat's expression was strange. He could actually talk to the fake human emperor. There were no energy fluctuations. Brother Cat, seeing that old Zhang was about to spout nonsense, Fong Ping said hurriedly, The old cat has a bell. The bell is very strong. Just now, the old cat said that someone took its bell and tore it apart. I think he took the ball inside. Now the person has thrown this away and escaped. Zhang Tao's expression turned serious. He said, Quickly, round ball? What round ball? The one that can make the bell ring. You can use it as a bell hammer. That's pretty much it. At this time, Fong Ping felt that he had guessed something. As expected, old Zhang said word by word, The Grand Pope. He felt that he had guessed something. The Grand Pope. It's him. That damned fellow. Zhang Tao quickly asked, Brother Cat, can your bell conceal my aura? I don't remember. The cat said casually, "But that true god tore my bell apart. The bell is still there. There seems to be a different smell inside. I don't know if someone is there. The cult headquarters." At this moment, Zhang Tao's voice sounded a little sad. The cult headquarters. He found it. The cult could not find the location of the cult headquarters. Even if they killed many people, they could not find the cult headquarters. Including Lin Long and the others, they did not know where the cult headquarters were. When the cat said that the bell might be hiding someone, Zhang Tao knew that this time he might have discovered a big secret. The Grand Pope took away the cat's bell and used the outer shell as a hiding place. As for the round ball in the cat's mouth, he might have used it as a weapon. Now, the other party seemed to know that the cat was coming. He quickly threw away these things and escaped. "He probably knows the cat," Zhang Tao said quickly. "Maybe he also knows that the bell belongs to the cat." "Cat, can you tell me the exact location?" "It's over there." "Which way?" "Over there." The cat's paw pointed southwest. Fang Ping saw that and said immediately, "It's southwest." "How far?" The cat's interest in the phone was piqued. He snatched the phone from Fang Ping's hand and said happily, "It's quite far. Do you want to look for it?" "Bring me back my bell." Fang Ping coughed softly and said, "Minister, if you're not busy, go over there and keep an eye on it. I'll look for the bell." "Not so fast. If the cat left after finding it, wouldn't I have done all this for nothing?" "The Grand Pope has escaped from the cult headquarters." Fang Ping continued, "That guy escaped. He probably didn't have time to inform anyone. I suspect that he's either preparing to enter the catacombs, or he doesn't dare to show himself. Minister, go over there and keep an eye on it. It's probably in the direction of the ancient Buddhist sacred land." "The cult. If it's really the cult headquarters, then we can use it to establish our might. Hand it over to the Heaven Division." When Zhang Tao heard that, he seemed to have realized something. He said quickly, "Understood. I'll go over there and keep an eye on it. You take good care of the cat here." When Fang Ping spoke, he knew what he meant. "Don't bring the bell back now." Old Zhang hung up the phone quickly. The cat was still shouting, but he could not hear anything. At that moment, his curiosity was at its peak. What was this? It looked like it was fun. Fang Ping ignored the phone and said to Qin Yunqi, "Go prepare some food. Take good care of Brother Cat today. We'll go to FMS first. Inform everyone to gather. The Heaven Division is officially listed today." Fang Ping took advantage of the fact that the cat was here and the 2-rank 9 monsters had arrived. The people that Fang Ping wanted to recruit were almost all here. It was time to officially list the name. He, the deputy minister, could also take up his post. More than 10 minutes later, FMS. Thousands of students from the previous FMS were no longer there. They had moved away from this place. At the school gate, Yao Qingjuan's eyes were gloomy. FMS had become a thing of the past. Nan Yunping was seriously injured and had not recovered. She was taken away by Nan Yunyue. Nan Yunping could not be the vice-chancellor, although there were still powerhouses in the school. FMS had always focused on fighting the Magic City catacombs. In the past, most of the students joined the military department to defend the Magic City catacombs. Now the Magic City catacombs was guarded by MCMAU. When FMS students joined the Magic City military department, it was equivalent to joining MCMAU. If that was the case, merging into MCMAU became a matter of course. However, Yao Chengjun still had an indescribable feeling. FMS was completely gone. Now even the school site had become the Heaven Division. When he saw Fang Ping and the 3 monsters flying over, Yao Qingjun restrained his emotions and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He nodded at Fang Ping and said, "Almost everyone is here. Tell everyone to gather at the martial arts field." Fang Ping said and landed on the ground. Yao Chengjun glanced at the cat, did not say anything, and left quickly. As soon as he left, the cat stuck its tongue out at his retreating figure. Fang Ping, was dumbfounded by the sight of it. Are you a cat or a dog? The key was that this cat was very calm. It was Fang Ping's first time seeing it do this. Did it remember Yao Chengjun? Brother cat, do you remember him? The cat snorted. I have a slight impression. Big black face. Especially annoying. A long, long time ago. Anyway, it's really been a long, long time. I was sleeping soundly when he hit me. Humph. He even told people that I'm a big lazy cat who likes to eat and do nothing. Not even as good as a big dog. I didn't remember last time, but his face turned black again just now. I remember now. The cat began to bear a grudge. Its narrow-mindedness flared, and it muttered, Big black face, bad guy. He hit my butt. He even said he would lock me in the little black house and not give me food. Angry cat. What's his name again? I forgot, he's Big Black Face. His face was so black. I was ready to ask Big Doggy to beat him up. But Big Doggy was still young then. It didn't seem like it could beat him. Fang Ping's eyes flickered as he listened. Tengu was young? A long, long time ago. How long? Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, Was he a sovereign then? Sovereign. No way. The cat said uncertainly, I don't really remember. I'm just a cat. I don't care if he's strong or not. But I don't think I saw him after that. I only saw him once or twice. The reason why the cat had an impression was because of Yao Qingjuan's big black face just now. It made it remember a little bit of it. A guy with a black face hitting its butt and saying it was a lazy cat. The cat's future achievements would definitely not be as good as the Tengu. Of course, it did not care too much about this, but Big Black Face was very bad. He even wanted to lock it in the little black house. Speaking of the little black house, the cat suddenly smiled. Right, I remember again. Big Black Face had a little house to lock people in, and he wanted to lock me in. Later, Big Black Face disappeared. One day, I found the little black house and asked Little Sword to transform it into a big pot. I stewed fish and pissed him off. The cat laughed so hard that its fat jiggled. Pissed Big Black Face off. He even wanted to lock me up. He turned your little black house into a big pot. Was that not pissed? Fang Ping swallowed. If I'm not wrong, this is the Hall of Myriad Origins. So, Big Black Face was before Little Sword. Yes, that was a long time later. The cat said to itself, Little Sword said his little black house looked good, but it was ugly. Gong Zhuanzi seemed to have found a cultivation method in the little black house and looked at it for many days. The cat's memory of this period was still relatively clear. It said happily, but Gong Zhuanzi said Big Blackface's cultivation method was too dangerous, so he modified it and started raising monsters. The cat beamed with joy. Big Blackface doesn't seem to raise demonic beasts, but Gong Zhuanzi modified his cultivation method and started to raise demonic beasts. Hee, I didn't tell Gong Zhuanzi because I wanted to piss Big Blackface off. Let's see if he still dares to bully cats. There was too much information in this sentence. Fang Ping felt that he needed to sort it out. The era of Yao Qingjuan's appearance was earlier than Gong Zhuanzi and the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor and Gong Zhuanzi were actually from the same era. Both of them probably came from the end of the apotheosis period. After that, Yao Qingjun disappeared, leaving behind the Hall of Myriad Origins. The lucky guy, the cat, found it. After that, the cat did not want it and gave it to Unquestionable Jian. Unquestionable Jian took away the Hall of Myriad Origins. Gong Zhuanzi found the cultivation method inside and started raising monsters, which was the foundation of the Imperial Beast Sect. Quichong Mountain. According to the cat's words, Gong Zhuanzi should not have been weak at that time. It was very likely that he had already reached the impasse realm, but he still felt that the cultivation method was not bad. He chose to cultivate it, modified it, and came up with a new cultivation method, the Hall of Myriad Origins. Fang Ping suddenly understood why the Hall of Myriad Origins would appear in the Hall of Myriad Origins. This thing had always been in his hands, and it was a gift from the cat. Fong Ping took a deep breath. As he walked into the school, he asked, "What other uses does the little dark room have?" "It locks people up for cultivation." The cat said unhappily, "Cultivation is very tiring, and we have to lock people up to cultivate. We don't even get to sleep. Don't you think Big Blackface is bad?" "Bad." Fong Ping nodded and continued, "Does Big Blackface have other divine weapons, like the God Destroyer?" "I don't remember." "Then why did he disappear? Do you remember?" "I don't know." The cat looked at him disdainfully. He had already said that he was sleeping. How would he know? Fong Ping wanted to hit the cat. This lazy cat would sleep at crucial moments. Sleep. Sleep like a pig. It did not know anything. It had lived for a long time, but its memory was probably less than a few decades of other people's. It had lived so many years in vain. Couldn't your cat have some other pursuits in life? Then do you know how the Forbidden Sea was formed? I don't know. It appeared when I woke up. It used to be a small river, and then it suddenly became bigger. The cat said happily, "It's good that it became bigger. I can fish now. There were very few fish in the past. The heavenly realm used to be in the Forbidden Sea? I think so." "That time when you picked up the divine weapon, where did you pick it up?" "I'm not telling you." The cat looked at him warily, thought for a while, and said, "I can't tell you this. That's the cemetery. I can't tell you." "The cemetery? Is Big Blackface there?" "I don't know. I didn't look. I went out after I picked up the divine weapon." Fong Ping had a headache. Forget it, he would not ask any more. The more he asked, the more confused he became. He was almost going crazy because of this cat. Even he was like this. The two monsters who were so cautious felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. What were this cat and this evil man talking about? They did not understand, but they felt that it was awesome and it sounded amazing. Very soon, Fong Ping arrived at the training field. At this moment, there were many people in the training field. Old Man Li hugged his long sword, standing in front lazily. Beside him, Bei Gong Yen was also smiling. He was also brought into the Heaven Division this time. He did not want to come. Old Zhang asked him to. The Wuhan military's next mission was to guard the Forbidden Catacombs. However, the probability of a rank 9 battle happening in the Forbidden Catacombs was not high, unless the Forbidden Zone was invaded. There were no high-ranked martial artists left. If that was the case, the only thing he could do in the Wuhan military was to assist all parties. He might as well join the Heaven Division. Bei Gong Yen was not the only rank 9. Behind the crowd, Qin Shi nodded slightly at Fong Ping, saying nothing. Chen Yaozu was the official minister. Now that Chen Yaozu was not around, although Chen Qi was in the East House of Guardians, he was now in the Heaven Division with Qin Yaozu. Qin Qi and Bei Gong Yen were origins martial artists. Tian Mu had not come out of closed-door cultivation. Old Man Li and Fong Ping both had rank 9 abilities. In addition to the 2 rank 9 monsters, this was the current rank 9 combat strength of the Heaven Division. 7. Plus a desperate realm. If Song Mao was included, that would be 2. They were not weaker than the 3rd Division. The weakest department of the 3rd Division was not even as strong as the current Heaven Division. This was rank 9 combat strength. There were many rank 8 too. Most of the MCMAU instructors like Li Han Song and Lu Polu had joined the Heaven Division. Speaking of which, the Heaven Division was actually an expansion of MCMAU. This time, there were close to 20 rank 8 martial artists. There were more than 100 rank 8 martial artists in Sino Nation. This time there were 7 or 8 from the 3 divisions and 4 houses. There were even more rank 7 martial artists. There were close to 100 of them. When Fong Ping arrived, without saying a word, he stepped on the Midair step and landed on the Phoenix Spirit's back. The Phoenix Spirit seemed to want to cry, but it saw that Song Mao had also jumped on it, closing its sharp beak instantly. It was better to resign itself to fate. Seniors, great grandmasters, and grandmasters. I am young. Originally, I was not qualified to be the Heaven Division's deputy minister. As Fang Ping said that, his tone became heavy. He said loudly, "But a great disaster is coming, a national disaster is coming. As the saying goes, the capable do more work." Although Fang Ping is young, he thinks that he still has some ability. Thanks to the central government's 3 divisions and 4 houses' high regard, Fang Ping will not pass on the responsibility and become the minister. If everyone thinks that anyone can do better than me, then please step forward. If you can really do better than me, then you can be the minister. We'll fight wherever you want, kill whoever you want. But, seniors, is there anyone who thinks that they can do better than me? Fang Ping's face was full of confidence. He said loudly, "Since there isn't anyone, then I'll be the minister. Age is not a problem. Since everyone has come to the Heaven Division, I'll say this up front. Normally, if you see me in private, I don't mind if you call me a little bastard. But here, in the Heaven Division, I am the minister. I am your leader. Whatever I say is an order, a military order. Even if the 3 ministers are here, or the guardian envoys of the 4 houses are here, I will be the one to negotiate, not you guys. Otherwise, what's the use of the Heaven Division? I've made this clear in advance, lest all the seniors think that I, Fang Ping, am disrespectful and arrogant just because I have some ability." In the crowd, Old Man Li said helplessly, "Minister Fang, you're just a deputy minister. Don't think of yourself as the minister. We old guys still know the rules. Hit wherever you point, that's not a problem. You should cut down on those official pleasantries. In front of others, I'll give you some face. Behind others, you can do whatever you want. Is that okay? Old Zhang, Old Li, and the others are not as powerful as you in the department. Don't give me that." Cough, cough, cough. The group of powerhouses held back their laughter. It was quite appropriate for Li Chongsheng to say this. If they said this, Fang Ping might not be able to back down. Fang Ping was speechless. He scolded, "Li Chongsheng, I'm talking business now. Who's more powerful? You're a thorn in MCMAU. In the Heaven Division, you have to behave yourself. Don't interrupt now." Old Man Li shot him a look. "Not bad calling me by my name. Back then, Instructor Li, later Old Man Li, now Li Chongsheng. Kid, just you wait. I'll slap you to death later, you bastard." Fang Ping could not be bothered to look at him. He said quickly, "Everyone, the people from Black Radiance sect will be here soon. We still need to put on a show of strength. A new broom sweeps. My first fire will burn Black Radiance sect. These people are incomparably arrogant. They think that Earth martial artists should bow down and worship them when they see them. With this attitude, how can we cooperate? If we don't subdue them, how can the Heaven Division suppress the heavens? Right now, we're like a wolf in the front and a tiger behind. Only by driving the wolf to swallow the tiger can we make Sino Nation invincible. We'll use 33 heavens to establish our might first. Some people are just cheap wretches. If we don't subdue them, they'll think that Sino Nation is easy to bully." Fang Ping said quickly, "First, subdue the people from Black Radiance, sect by force. If nothing goes wrong, there will be a big battle in the Heaven Division within 3 days. Let these guys go together. Don't let them attack. We'll attack and annihilate a group of powerhouses to deter them. Everyone get ready. Also, unleash your murderous aura. Let these old antiques know that we, the neo-martial artists, are powerhouses who killed. We're not like those guys. I don't know how they achieved high ranks." In the crowd, the powerhouses grinned ferociously. Subdue them? That was nothing. How did the neo-martial artists come about? They killed their way through 100 years. Was the Heaven Division suppressing the heavens? It seemed like they were right to come this time. The Grandmasters, who were usually sanctimonious, revealed their true colors one by one, seething with murderous aura. The cat glanced at the crowd and muttered for a while. The human world had changed. The martial artists were going against the natural order. Sigh, they were going to fight again. This was boring. The cat just wanted to sleep now. Chapter 872. On the island. The Grandmasters were boiling with murderous intent, their qi and blood soaring to the heavens. Shanghai. A few buses slowly headed towards Sorcery City. At this moment, Wu Quishan and the rest had also arrived at the car where Su Bing and the rest were. The few rank 9s were all there. Although they said that they were helping to introduce Demonic City, they were actually extremely vigilant and prepared to take action at any time. They had already arrived at Shanghai. Shanghai was one of the most prosperous cities in China. If something were to happen here, the casualties would be too heavy. In the car, the cold woman, Tiao Kuei, saw that Su Bing was talking with them. She transmitted her voice to Suo Jia. Suo Jia, what do you think of these human warriors? Suo Jia glanced at the few rank 9s from the corner of his eyes. His tone carried a hint of pride. Wu Quishan is the strongest. The other two are nothing to worry about. The 3 rank 9s were Guoxian and Linlong. Guoxian had just broken through to rank 9 not long ago. Although Linlong was not weak, after sensing for a while, Suo Jia recognized him as an enemy. As for Wu Quishan, he felt threatened by his strength. From the looks of it, he wasn't weak. However, with Su Bing here, Suo Jia wasn't too worried. It shouldn't be difficult for Su Bing to deal with Wu Quishan. Suo Jia didn't pay too much attention to this. He used his psychic force to probe out. At this moment, some modern buildings appeared in his mind. Along the way, he had already seen many of these strange buildings. He also saw the cars running on the ground. They weren't slow at all. At this moment, while Su Bing was exchanging pleasantries with these martial artists of the mortal world, Suo Jia transmitted his voice to Su Bing. The mortal world is still the same as before. It's a bit stronger and there are more experts, but most of them are still mortals. Before he came out, he was still a little worried. The strength of the human world seemed to be terrifyingly strong. The few young people who came in casually were all at the Deity Realm and Golden Body Realm. He was surprised to encounter 3 Reciprocity Realm experts, all at once as soon as he came out. However, he had actually been observing along the way for thousands of miles. It turned out that what he saw was just a special case. Most of the mortals had no cultivation base. They were all ordinary people. There were some low-level warriors, but as long as they were not in the spirit realm, they were just ants to him. Compared to 100 years ago, the human realm was slightly stronger, but that was all. Suo Jia added, "We should be more concerned about Star Town." The great emperor had once investigated Star Town, but he was almost discovered. There are many experts in Star Town, and the only ones that the human realm needs to pay attention to are the 6 sacred grounds and the fake emperors. The exit of Dark Heaven sect wasn't far from Stellar Sky City. Heavenly Emperor Xianming had also probed with his mental energy before. In the end, when he swept past, he just happened to have Ju Pinnacle inside, and he almost discovered him. From then on, Heavenly Emperor Profound Brightness no longer explored Star Town, but he still knew that place. That was the true gathering place of the strong. Upon hearing this, Tiao Kuei quickly said, "The Heavenly Emperor intends for us to investigate Star Polaris City's strength during this trip to the realm beyond heaven." According to Qin Fengqing, the human world and Star Suppressing City were also in contact. "Suo Jia, don't act on your own this time and ruin the great emperor's plans." "Don't worry," Suo Jia replied. He just looked down on the mortal realm. He wasn't really stupid. Even if he didn't like it, he still needed to cooperate with the human world, so he wouldn't act on his own. After all, there was still the fake emperor suppressing the 4 directions. As he spoke, Suo Jia continued, "Blindly showing weakness isn't a good thing either. The great emperor has the body of an emperor. Now that Dark Heaven sect has come into being. Blindly showing weakness will only make the martial artists of the human world look down on the great emperor, losing the great emperor's face." When these words came out, Tiao Kuei also frowned slightly. Dark Heaven sect was a realm beyond heaven, not under the jurisdiction of the three realms. Forget about the human world, even in the heaven realm. When the great emperor went to the heaven realm in the past, the gods also welcomed him. In terms of face, that was all given. And now, it was just the human world. Although there was a human emperor, it was a fake emperor. In terms of status, in terms of honor, it was inferior to the great emperor. If one showed weakness to the martial artists of the human world, where would the face of dark heaven sect be? Where would the dignity of the great emperor be? Thinking of this, Jao Kuei glanced at Su Bing and decided to mention a few words later. The bus arrived at the coast very soon. They did not go through the city, passing through the suburbs along the way. On the shore, a large ship was currently docked, waiting for everyone. Tang Feng brought Qin Yunqi and the rest to stand on the shore. When the bus stopped, Tang Feng smiled and said, "Principal Minister, Minister Feng and the rest are already waiting." This was the first time he called him minister, and he could not bring himself to call him that. However, there were outsiders here, and Feng Ping had reminded him many times to give face. He was now the direct descendant of the emperor. His status was honorable, and he had to be respected. Although Tang Feng had given him countless black faces in front of Su Bing and the rest, he still called him minister. Wu Kuishan heard that, looked at Su Bing and the rest, and said with a smile, "Sorry for the delay." However, the heavenly division has just been established, and Feng Ping has more things to do. Along the way, everyone had roughly figured out the current power structure of the human world. For ministries and 4 prefectures, the fake emperor alone led the education ministry. There was another true god in charge of the other ministries and prefectures. The heavenly division was a newly established ministry. It was said that there was also a true god in charge. However, listening to what Wu Kuishan said, everyone had a general guess. This was more like a new department created by the emperor to raise Feng Ping's prestige. Su Bing and the rest still had some contempt in their hearts. This generation's fake emperor was extremely selfish, and it was very obvious. This person, Feng Ping, was arrogant and despotic, even if he was the direct descendant of the emperor. But the direct descendant of the emperor did not cultivate morality. How could he take over the emperor's position? Even if Xianming Heaven, the son of the great emperor, really wanted to take over Xianming Heaven, the great emperor would not do it so obviously. Compared to the great emperor, the fake emperor seemed to be more eager for achievements and benefits. Although they were dissatisfied that Feng Ping did not come to welcome them, they still followed him onto the ship. Those young people felt that the big ship began to move forward without manpower, and they all looked a little surprised. At this moment, some young martial artists gathered around Qin Fengqing. Someone asked, "Qin Fengqing, how can this thing operate on its own?" "I didn't feel any spiritual fluctuations, but it's a little unique, a little similar to the car from before." Everyone asked questions one after another. Qin Fengqing glanced at these young people and suddenly laughed. "Are you all asking me?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Nonsense. Of course they were asking you." Qin Fengqing grinned. "One question, 100 caddies of energy stones. Rank 9 energy stones, which is also what you call origin grade spirit stones, 100 pieces." As soon as these words came out, these young people's expressions changed. What did he mean? Not only them on the deck, Su Bing and the rest also looked over. Wu Kuishan's expression did not look too good. He growled in a low voice, "Qin Fengqing." Qin Fengqing held his saber with both hands, grinning. "What I said is not illegal, right? You get what you pay for. You can know anything you want. Asking questions, paying. Is there anything wrong with that?" As Qin Fengqing spoke, he grinned. "I'm not Feng Ping. It's not easy for me to earn money. Now, these guys have a lot of questions. Of course, I have to charge them." "Nonsense," Wu Kuishan berated. However, Qin Fengqing ignored him. He looked at the coast and said no more. Seeing this, Wu Kuishan looked at Su Bing and the rest apologetically, saying helplessly, This person has always been like this. Seniors, please forgive him. It's all right. Su Bing smiled and shook his head. He glanced at Qin Fengqing, his gaze slightly strange. Was this Qin Fengqing? Rebellious, disregarding heaven and earth. Disgusting in every way. There were few people like this in ancient times. Each of them was a top-notch powerhouse. These powerhouses were also so proud, so realistic. They did not talk about feelings, and they did not talk about anything else. They only cared about themselves and lived only for themselves. Qin Fengqing did not fit in with the other martial artists in the human world. It was said that he was also under the emperor. According to his understanding, he and Fang Ping were all under the emperor's direct descendants. They were even the same senior and junior brothers. However, Fang Ping was doted on by everyone and valued by the emperor. Qin Fengqing was also an illuminating realm martial artist. He was young, but he seemed to be excluded by everyone. The fake emperor is extremely selfish indeed. Everyone had a slight impression in their hearts. This generation's fake emperor was so selfish that he did not hide it at all. Even if Qin Fengqing was also a prodigy, he was still not valued. Not only that, but he was even excluded. Everyone turned around and thought about it. It was probably related to Fang Ping. This was also normal. Fang Ping was valued by the emperor. He opened a department of his own just to gild himself. However, Qin Fengqing could only be their guide. This difference was very obvious. As Su Bing thought about this, he suddenly said, "Young friend Fengqing, you are tired. Feel free to reply. Once we have settled down, we will definitely give all the things you need." Xianming Heaven still had spirit stones. Xianming Heaven would automatically absorb the void energy and condense it into energy stones. There were not many people in Xianming Heaven. After all these years, they had more or less accumulated some. Qin Fengqing only needed spirit stones. Coincidentally, he could use this opportunity to shorten the distance between them. "Senior, this," Wu Quishan wanted to say more, but Su Bing smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. Young friend, you are illuminating realm powerhouse. Even in ancient times, you can also oversee a region and be an overlord. Today, you are answering questions for a junior. Mere spirit stones are not worth mentioning." Open and bright, Qin Fengqing laughed and said loudly, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Although I, Qin Fengqing, have average strength, but there are not many people here who know more than me. As long as you are willing to pay the price, some of the things that you can't do, I, Qin Fengqing, can also do." "Shut up," Wu Quishan shouted coldly. Qin Fengqing smiled faintly, not minding. "I have said what needs to be said. Whether you listen to me or not, I think you know." Su Bing and the others were deep in thought, but at this moment they did not speak, looking at the island that appeared in front of them in the distance. On the island, the vitality pillar rose. Suajia's eyes were cold, and he said telepathically, "That Fang Ping's aura! This person is really here, and it looks like he has come with ill intentions." Su Bing was silent for a while and said telepathically, "Try not to cause conflict. You are too much." Suajia said coldly, "Su Bing, although the great emperor let you lead us into the human world, do you really want to disregard the great emperor's dignity? This person is arrogant and despotic, and he is also extremely hostile to us. We can't keep avoiding him." Su Bing fell silent. Beside him, Tiao Kuei said telepathically, "In the future, we will still have contact with Fang Ping. If we don't let him know our power today, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future." Su Bing frowned slightly and said quickly, "He is the emperor's direct descendant, and now we are investigating the human world and the land realm under the great emperor's orders. If we have a conflict with him now, I'm afraid it will not be good. Even so, we still have to let him know that we are not afraid of him. We are just not willing to fall out with him now." Sua Jia said coldly, "Moreover, this person is extremely important. He is the pseudo-emperor's direct descendant, and seems to have a great influence on the pseudo-emperor. This person is hostile to us if he provokes trouble in front of the pseudo-emperor for a long time. Su Bing, in my opinion, why don't we find an opportunity? Su Bing suddenly looked at him, his eyes cold and fierce, a little dissatisfied. Suo Jia, this guy, better not cause big trouble. In the human world, if it was exposed that he killed the pseudo-emperor's direct descendant, Xianming Empire would be in big trouble. However, Suo Jia said quickly, "Don't look at me like that. I won't do it myself. If I tell them the location of some other venerable emperors, with his domineering personality, he will definitely have a conflict with some people. This time, the emperor's son is not here, and the great emperor is broad-minded, so he avoided the conflict. However, other grandmasters, the holy envoys under the venerable emperors, will not do anything because of his identity as the pseudo-emperor's direct descendant. But if he does the same to the emperor's son," Suo Jia laughed. Even if Fang Ping was a little domineering, he still had patience. However, Fang Ping was the only domineering person? What a joke! Some of the great emperor's direct descendants or bloodline descendants, who did not have their eyes on the top of their heads. This time, Xianming Emperor's descendant was in closed-door cultivation and did not come out. Otherwise, with Fang Ping's personality that day, the two sides would definitely have a conflict. This kind of person was not only Fang Ping. Killing with a borrowed knife, Fang Ping had a great influence on the pseudo-emperor. At least from the current situation, even powerhouses like Wu Quishan had a complicated tone when talking about Fang Ping. Fang Ping was in his 20s, leading a division alone. His status was much higher than many origin realms. For an important figure like him to be hostile to grandmasters, he would be a great enemy of grandmasters. After all, the great emperors were still preparing and had not officially come out. The pseudo-emperor was the real ruler of the human world, and also an extremely powerful existence. If they were hostile to the pseudo-emperor, it would be very troublesome for them. After hearing that, Su Bing did not transmit his voice again. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Suo Jia understood what he meant. He did not object, so naturally he agreed. It was fine as long as Xianming Empire stayed out of it. He told the other party some clues and boundaries of other grandmasters. If Fang Ping was still as domineering as he was when he entered Black Heaven, even if the great emperors did not make a move, those princes would not ignore it. After all, some of these great emperors' direct descendants were already powerful origin realm when they were in hibernation. There were also some who had been awakened for a long time, even hundreds of years. 100 years ago, when Su Bing came out, he had also sensed the aura of some other grandmasters. Once Fang Ping fell out with these people, it was not impossible for him to be killed. If it was not a great emperor who made a move, it would be someone with the same status as Fang Ping. If Fang Ping was killed, it was because the pseudo-emperor did not teach him well. In the apatheicized era, this kind of thing often happened. The great emperors did not go to war because of this. If someone with a lower status killed the princes, if a true god or emperor powerhouse killed these juniors, the great emperor powerhouse would certainly not let it go. However, if they were of the same status and the difference in strength was not big, even the great emperor would not explode because of this. Su Bing did not speak again, obviously indicating that he agreed to this matter. This time, Xianming Tian would just be a promoter. After thinking for a while, Su Bing suddenly said, "If Fang Ping is killed, and we support Qin Fengqin to become the emperor's successor, what do you think?" Everyone's eyes flickered. Once the world was in chaos, the human world was also an important place. At that time, the pseudo-emperor and the others might be the first to fall, if they supported a new emperor at this time. Although the human world's strength was not that great, it would still be of great help. At least it could help Xianming Tian gain an advantage in the upcoming chaos. Support the new emperor. Suo Jia quickly said, "Does the great emperor have this intention?" "There should be." The great emperor did not say clearly. As he said that, Su Bing said again, all the grandmasters, including those grotto heavens and blessed lands, probably have this idea. If we support an emperor who can be controlled, the power of the human world can be used by us. Has a powerhouse done it before? Suo Jia hurriedly said, the great emperor has not gone out all these years, but the other venerable emperors and true gods have not gone out either? Has anyone already made such a plan? If there is, the human world will probably be in chaos next. If they succeeded in supporting a human emperor, it would greatly increase the strength of the grandmasters. Su Bing said uncertainly, I don't know about this. According to Wu Quishan, the current 3 departments and 4 prefectures are actually walking the path of the human emperor. The 3 departments and 4 prefectures, 7 powerhouses, all of them young. 100 years ago, we found the traces of some people from the grandmasters. They came out of seclusion, so they might have made some arrangements. The traces of powerhouses actually existed in different eras. In every era, there would be powerhouses coming out to secretly guide some things. More or less, there were traces of these old antiques among the past human emperors. However, Su Bing quickly said, 100 years ago, when I came out of seclusion, the era changed. At that time, I felt that the path of the human emperor seemed to have changed a little. The great emperor also said that since the new martial arts started in the human world, some things have changed. Now, the path of the human emperor has become a path of many people walking together, which is really surprising. As for whether there are other venerable emperors and true gods, it is hard to tell now. 7 leaders. If it was only 1 leader, it would be easy to tell. However, it was not only 7, but also some so-called deputy ministers. In Su Bing's opinion, there was a slight trend. This was what Zhang Tao meant when he said that everyone could be an emperor and everyone was the sky. In this way, some things were diluted, and it was difficult to check again. The few of them were all lost in thought. Were the current powerhouses the pawns of other venerable emperors? Xianming Heaven did not make any arrangements. When they came out of seclusion 100 years ago, the human world was too weak, and Star Town was too close to them. It was not convenient for the great emperor to come out of seclusion, so he did not make any arrangements. However, some people might not be like this. But soon, Suajia said, whether there is or not, when the war starts, I am afraid these people will not be able to escape. On the contrary, the younger generation may have a new emperor. The 3 realms have merged, and heaven, earth, and humans have become one. The position of the human emperor is still extremely important. These mortals in the human world are like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even if less than 10% of them survive this time, they will still multiply and reappear in the 3 realms in the future. Once the great emperor becomes an emperor and rules the 3 realms, the position of the human emperor will also be taken by someone from Xianming Heaven. Su Bing glanced at Qin Fengqing and said quickly, this person is arrogant and unruly. He may not submit to the great emperor. He is just a puppet. If we really support him to become the new emperor, the day the 3 realms are unified will be the day he dies. Sua Jia said indifferently, but now that we have just entered the human world, we also need to support a martial artist in the human world. Previously, I thought Wang Jinyan and Li Hansong could be supported. No, these 2 people are not suitable for the great emperor, Su Bing said, but he seemed to agree with everything Sua Jia said. It was time for Xianming to do something. This time, when they came into the human world, it seemed that they were the first people from the human realm upon heavens. The fake emperor and the others would enter the tribulation sooner or later. When they entered the tribulation, a new emperor would need to appear. Qin Fengqing. Su Bing thought for a while. Maybe he could give it a try. However, he was not in a hurry. When he understood the situation in the human world, he could choose a suitable candidate. Unfortunately, they had entered the human world now and knew almost nothing about the situation in the human world. They could not rashly contact some people to avoid attracting the attention of the fake emperor. As for Qin Fengqing, they felt that they had some understanding of this person. This person was still very suitable. Not far away, Qin Fengqing stood on the deck, turned his head, and glanced at them. When his eyes met Su Bing's, he grinned. Xian Ming was also his whetstone. Fang Ping felt that he was wagging his tail and begging for mercy to the old monster. He would tell that fellow I did not. Sooner or later, these old monsters would all become his whetstones. Now, it was Sua Jia and the others who were his real targets. While everyone had their own thoughts, the big ship began to dock at the dock. Not far away, Fang Ping had already arrived with the others. Old Man, Li said telepathically, how do we put on a show of strength? Diplomacy before force? Or just go up and fight? We have a good reason. Fang Ping said telepathically, for no reason at all, can we just fight them directly? They said they are here to help humans resist the great enemy. Don't always fight when you get a chance. You have to pay attention to strategy. Fang Ping attacked Old Man Li for a while and said quickly, first, let the rank 6 fight, torture their young people. Torture them until they have doubts about life. These old fellows might not be able to hold it in. Then we'll deal with them. Fang Ping, are you sure that these people definitely have evil intentions? Old Man Li was still sure and said quickly, if the other party is really here to help humans sincerely, then we will disappoint them. Right now, we still need some help. Fang Ping was silent for a moment, then said, Old Zhang and I both think that they are up to no good, but what you said actually makes sense. Right now, we only have a subjective feeling that they are not good people. We don't have actual evidence. If they are really here to help us sincerely, then it will indeed disappoint us. How about this? Make some arrangements. Let the Magic City catacombs be in some trouble. You send someone to look for Jiao or the demons in the boundary zone. Let them invade the passageway. If these people are really sincere, they will definitely attack. Attack with full force. But if they have evil intentions, I'm afraid they will only dawdle and not put in the effort. Although we can't tell clearly, at least it will make you and me feel at ease. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Fine, he would give these people one last chance. What Old Man Li said was actually not without reason. What if he and Old Zhang were just overthinking? What was the truth? If they tried, it would still be effective. It could also put everyone's mind at ease. Otherwise, if they attacked some powerhouses who were helping humans for no reason, he was afraid that some people would not feel good. Chapter 873. Little friends, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become even more graceful and outstanding. The moment he saw Fang Ping, Su Bing laughed heartily and enthusiastically. Fang Ping wore a smile on his face, but the people behind him were still seething with anger. They were not enthusiastic at all. Su Bing's expression did not change, but the others were somewhat annoyed. This time he really felt a little aggrieved. At this time, Sua Jia also revealed his aura, and his baleful aura was boiling. The martial artists of the human world actually wanted to intimidate them. Do you really think that we didn't fight back then? Seeing this, Fang Ping laughed. They're just a bunch of hooligans who haven't seen the world. Seniors, please don't blame them. As he said that, Fang Ping smiled and said, this time, all of you seniors have come out of seclusion to help me. I am extremely grateful. Minister Wu, if you have something to do, you can go back first. Fang Ping said to Wu Quishan and the rest. Wu Quishan gave him a look. Lin Long wanted to say something, but stopped himself. With them here, they could still intimidate him. Gone, among the people present, only the rank, Nine Chin Chi and Bei Gongyan were present. The few monsters had not come over yet. Although Fang Ping and the others were not weak, Su Bing was also a top-notch powerhouse. Despite thinking a lot in his heart, Wu Quishan still smiled and said, then we won't stay for long. It just so happens that I still have some matters to deal with in the ministry. Minister Fang, entertain the seniors well. Rest assured, seniors, this will see you off here. Wu Quishan was straightforward. Since Fang Ping had made up his mind, he would not stay any longer. Soon, the group of people left. This time they didn't take the ship. They all stepped on the air and disappeared in an instant. After they left, only Su Bing and Fong Ping's teams were left. Fong Ping went straight to the point. Seniors, please follow me. Now that the seniors have come out of seclusion, the government has arranged for all of you to enter the Tian Division. In the future, all of you will have to listen to the commands of the Tian Division. Heaven Division? Sua Jia asked in a deep voice. Is that the division you are in? Not bad. Do we need to listen to your orders? Not bad. Sua Jia frowned. Su Bing also felt helpless. What was the fake emperor thinking? They were actually allowed to enter the Heaven Division. Previously, although Wu Quishan and the others had briefly mentioned it, they did not say that they were allowed to join the Heaven Division. Little friend, Fong Ping put on a straight face and interrupted. Senior, the human world has its own rules. I, Fong Ping, am extremely grateful for your help. But from now on, at least on this island, everyone has to call me Minister. Everyone fell silent. Minister? Although they didn't know what it meant to be a minister, they understood that it might be a title similar to that of a great emperor. For example, the fake emperor was also called a minister here. Fong Ping was merely a golden body martial artist. At this moment, it was obvious that he wanted to take them in as his subordinates. This was different from what they had expected. Su Bing smiled and said, Little friend, Fong Ping interrupted again, smiling. Seniors, if you can't get used to it now, that's fine too. You'll understand after a few days. For the past few days, everyone had just arrived, so their main focus was to learn some basic Chinese knowledge, and at least know how to survive on Earth. Su Bing and the others did not have any objections to this. However, Su Bing decided to ask if they wanted to stay in the Heaven Division. Little, if we stay in the Heaven Division, what do we need to do? Simple, fight. As Fong Ping said that, he led them toward FMS, saying as they walked, the Heaven Division's main mission is to fight the catacombs' powerhouses. In the future, we'll stay in the catacombs all year round and fight all year round. Our opponents are almost all at the origin level. Other than that, Fong Ping chuckled. Everyone, the biggest mission on Earth today is to fight and kill. Don't worry, the casualty ratio is still acceptable. As soon as he said that, everyone frowned again. Their only mission was to fight? Then where would they find the time to complete the great emperor's mission? Will we not stay in the human world for long? No. Fong Ping shook his head. I've said it before, the Heaven Division's mission is to fight. Everyone from Blacklight sect wants to join the Heaven Division? Su Bing smiled. Why don't I join the Heaven Division and let Sua Jia and Jao Kue go to other places? I heard that there are 4 departments and 4 residences in Sino Nation now. How about letting them join the other 3 departments and 4 residences? That won't do. Fong Ping's face was full of smiles, but he refused straightforwardly. Seniors, it's not that I have to do this, but the other divisions don't lack manpower now. Only the Heaven Division is newly established, and they're short on manpower. I have no choice but to do this. Sua Jia interrupted when he heard that. He said, unhappily, we came out to help Blacklight sect. It's not that we don't want to fight, but must we stay in the Heaven Division? After Wu Quishan left, he felt that there was no threat anymore. At this moment, Fong Ping forced them to stay in the Heaven Division. This made him extremely dissatisfied. Their main mission was to fight? Then could it be that they came out just to fight and kill? This was completely different from what they thought. Before they came out, they thought that they were grandmasters after all. No matter what, it was their first time coming out of the mountains. No matter what the human world was like, they should be given some time to adapt and not to fight immediately. Now, they were really going to fight immediately. Fong Ping pretended not to hear it and continued. Seniors, please adapt as soon as possible. We'll take action in 3 days. This is also your first time participating in a battle between modern martial artists. Please be careful to avoid any losses. Fight in 3 days? At this time, Su Bing could not help it anymore. He coughed lightly and said, "Young friend, isn't it too fast?" "A martial artist's time is extremely precious," Fang Ping explained. 3 days is not considered short. If you did not come this time, maybe we would not need 3 days. We should start fighting now. The reason why we waited for 3 days is to give you time to adapt. When these words were said, it was considered to set the tone. Everyone in Black Light sect looked a little strange. Outside of Grandmaster, this was how the human world arranged for them? 3 days later, they would start fighting. Nothing else was mentioned. What did this mean? While they were talking, they had already entered FMS. As soon as Fang Ping entered the school, he said, "Everyone, the area you live in is different from ours. Your fighting style and combat techniques are also different. For your safety, I think it is necessary to test your strength. In addition, I hope that you can provide us with your combat techniques and cultivation techniques. Impossible." At this moment, Sua Jia could not hold it in anymore. Su Bing's expression was also ugly. He said, "Young friend, this matter cannot be like this. Previously, the Emperor invited you to enter the 10,000 Dharma Loft. There are already some of the Emperor's insights and collected cultivation techniques. However, our cultivation techniques were created by us. It involves the fundamentals and cannot be shown to others easily." Fang Ping nodded. "I can understand this. Combat techniques that do not require moves or energy combinations. We want to see your basic cultivation techniques, the basic cultivation techniques of bone honing and body honing. In addition, the human world's basic cultivation techniques will also be taught to you. Can the human world's basic cultivation techniques compare to the Emperor's?" Sua Jia was unhappy. His words were unkind. Humans actually did not think too much of basic cultivation techniques, but that was relative to the current situation. The body honing method was the human's basic cultivation techniques. Combat techniques were something for fighting. Cultivation still relied on the body honing method to cultivate. Even at Fang Ping's realm, when he cultivated, honed his flesh, honed his golden body, he also cultivated according to the methods of honing. Fang Ping tilted his head to look at Sua Jia and said solemnly, "It's just basic cultivation techniques. I don't need your combat techniques. Human martial artists, not just basic cultivation techniques, even combat techniques, even some combat techniques, are not secrets. Now that humans are weak, it's all because of these that we can achieve what we have today. Basic cultivation techniques do not involve your origin, Great Tao. You are my human ancestors. Now that the situation has come to this, is a mere basic cultivation technique very precious?" Su Bing pondered and said, "Young friend, it's not that we don't want to teach you, but cultivation techniques should not be taught easily. This is the consensus of all heavens. Were there no basic cultivation techniques in the 10,000 Dharma Loft previously?" Fang Ping asked suddenly. To be honest, he really did not go to see it. According to this, there was no? Su Bing was silent. There was no. The 10,000 Dharma Loft only had some combat techniques collected by Xian Mingtian, some other broken basic cultivation techniques of the other heavens, or some combat techniques of some human martial artists. As for how to hone the body and bones, these were different for each sect. In some places it was honed together. In some places it was honed first for the sternum and the like. As for modern martial artists, they honed their limbs first. Different cultivation techniques would actually affect some of the cultivation speed. Fang Ping had completely lost all hope at this moment. In the end, he asked, "It's just a basic cultivation technique. At our realm, the impact is not that great. It's just for reference. You guys can't even teach this? Young friend, if you want to study ancient cultivation techniques, I know some basic cultivation techniques from other heavens. Xianming Tian's is not taught?" Sua Jia said coldly, "Without the Heavenly Emperor's permission, It must not be taught. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He suddenly smiled and asked, I won't force you. It's just a basic cultivation technique. If you don't want to teach it, then so be it. However, since Senior Suajia said that without the Heavenly Emperor's permission, some things can't be done. Next, in the Heavenly Division, can you guys obey orders? In the various divisions, obeying orders is your duty. Can you guys do this? Su Bing pondered for a moment and said, Young friend, what do you mean by obeying orders? For example, courting death. Fang Ping said it straightforwardly. He said lightly, if we encounter some danger and need to sacrifice some people to defend the rear against a strong enemy, then someone must stay behind. Of course, this will only happen if there is no other choice. However, in recent years, this has happened a lot in Sino Nation. When it comes to a critical moment, Senior Su is currently the strongest among us. According to Sino Nation's rules, the strong will defend the rear and the weak will retreat. I'll make this clear in advance. If we encounter a danger that we can't defend against, then Senior Su must stay behind to defend the rear. If that's not enough, then Suajia must stay behind too, and so on. Suajia said coldly, what if we must die? Then we must die. Fang Ping's answer was as straightforward as ever. Even if we encounter a true god, the strong must also buy time for the weak to escape. Of course, if we really encounter a true god, then it's actually very difficult to escape. When that time comes, everyone will probably die together. Everyone was silent. In the crowd, some of the young people could not hold it in anymore and said, how can there be a logic of the strong bringing up the rear for the weak? In Sino Nation, this is the logic. Fang Ping looked at the young man who spoke and said seriously, this matter is not targeted by Fang Ping. It's the same for everyone. If you don't believe me, you can take a look and ask. Sino Nation has resisted the catacombs for many years. The true gods are all outside Mount Imperial Sea. If the true gods don't die, Sino Nation won't have to worry about the enemy's true gods taking a step into the realm. Similarly, if the catacombs rank 9 doesn't die, then the enemy's rank 9 can forget about taking a step into the human world. This is Sino Nation. Ridiculous. Suajia growled. This was too ridiculous. They actually wanted the strong to block death for the weak. What was this? It had always been the weak who were the strong's pawns. How could it be the other way around? Ridiculous. At this time, Old Manly said coldly, this is not ridiculous. This is the current situation. My friend, be careful with your words. With a simple sentence, you've denied the efforts and perseverance of tens of human peerless powerhouses and thousands of high-ranked powerhouses. You can disagree, but you must never slander. Was it ridiculous? It was not. Suajia's words made everyone's gaze turn slightly unfriendly. You could disagree, but you could not say it. If you said it, it would be saying that everyone was stupid. And this kind of stupidity was the foundation of the neo-martial era's glory. When Su Bing saw this scene, his expression changed slightly, and he glared at Suajia. Do not talk nonsense. Although he also thought it was ridiculous, saying this in front of these people was obviously asking for trouble, was it not? Being stared at by everyone, Suajia only felt so sullen that he was about to explode. The human world martial artists had really gone too far this time. Not only did a golden body martial artist interrupt their conversation with Fang Ping, but he was also reprimanded by a golden body martial artist when he casually said a sentence. Not only that, the others were also staring at him. What was this? Suajia was also a rank 9 powerhouse. How could he endure this? At this moment, he looked at Fang Ping, his expression gloomy. Fang Ping, this time we came out of Black Heaven to help. From the beginning, you and others have been targeting us everywhere. Is this how the human world treats its guests today? Help. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked. Actually, Fang Ping only wants to ask one thing. Who caused everything that happened today? Sua Jia said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" "The catacombs, which is also what you call the land realm, are bent on invading the human world. What is it for? Are they the ones who initiated the invasion? Or is someone scheming something and deliberately letting them invade? The passageway between the catacombs and Earth was originally closed, but now it's opened. Was it really opened by the catacombs' martial artists? Was it not some people who deliberately said something, revealed something, and lured them to open the passageway?" As for who it was, Fong Ping doesn't know. As Fong Ping said that, he said again, "But everyone said that this time it's to help humans. If that's the case, everyone thinks that all of this is actually caused by us?" Suo Jia looked at him coldly, not saying a word. "Also, everyone actually doesn't think of yourselves as humans, right?" Everyone was still speechless. "That's true. You're immortals and gods. Naturally, you have nothing to do with humans." Fong Ping laughed. "All right, if that's the case, maybe it's better to be frank. I won't beat around the bush. I don't care what Black Heaven's purpose is. It doesn't matter. Now, since both parties are cooperating, then from now on, everyone has to listen to my arrangements. Do whatever I say. If this can be done, tonight I will host a banquet for all of you, seniors, to welcome all of you who have come from afar. Young friend, don't misunderstand. If there's really a need, all of us will naturally contribute. Not contribute, it's obeying orders." Fong Ping corrected. "Don't tell me that everyone still doesn't understand what I mean. Since you've left Black Heaven and entered Earth, then now, everyone has someone to manage you and have restrictions. It's impossible for you to do as you please." "Young friend," Su Bing sighed, "why do you have to be so overbearing? This time, we've left Black Heaven with sincerity. But young friend, you've repeatedly shown hostility." "Hostility?" Fong Ping laughed. "A little, but not much. When I said to obey orders, that's the real rule. It's also what I think from the bottom of my heart. I hope to cooperate with everyone for a win-win situation. But the premise is that there's only one voice in heaven. In heaven, you need to obey my orders like Black Heaven's emperor. This is the rule of the human world. You dare to stand side by side with the emperor." Sua Jia flew into a rage. Not only Sua Jia, but everyone present was a little angry. At this moment, Old Man Li suddenly sighed. "I've said it long ago, it won't work. Stubbornness has long seeped into their bones. This kind of person can only be forced, not persuaded. They're used to the law of the jungle. No matter how much you say, it's all nonsense." Fong Ping laughed. "Isn't it because you asked me to confirm again and again?" "That's because I didn't see it before," Old Manly said helplessly, who knew they're really so old-fashioned. "No, they're not old-fashioned. They're just here to go through the motions. There's no way to grind them down bit by bit." "Then what do you think we should do?" Fong Ping asked. The two of them talked among themselves, ignoring the others. At this moment, Sua Jia already felt like he was about to explode. Old Man Li, on the other hand, thought for a while. Suddenly, he looked at them and said, "How about this? When you reach Black Heaven, you can do whatever you want. However, when you reach Earth and the Heaven, you have to listen to Fong Ping. As for your private lives, we won't interfere. As long as you don't break the law, then everything is fine. Usually we'll fight when we need to. We'll also give you the treatment you deserve. What do you think?" Su Bing laughed. "As Origin's martial artists, I think we still have our own opinions. In the past, we've also participated in some big battles. When to attack, when to help, we won't really know. What Senior Su means is that you'll act according to the circumstances." Fong Ping translated. Su Bing smiled and said nothing. This was exactly what he wanted to say. Jao Kue, who had not spoken much all this while, also said coldly, "In the past, all parties had invited powerhouses from all over to help in the battle. When to fight, there was never an order. It was all up to us. In other words, the human world still had no right to order them." Old Man Li sighed. He looked at Fong Ping and shook his head. There was no way to negotiate. Forget about what I said earlier. These people wanted the greatest amount of freedom. As for fighting, it was all up to them. However, if they did not fight, they would not teach their cultivation methods, and they had to prevent them from causing trouble. Then why do they have to come out? There were not many human powerhouses in the first place. It was not enough to guard against the catacombs. If they had to guard against these people, would that not add to the chaos? Just as Old Manly was shaking his head, someone at the back of the crowd let out a cold humph and said in a low voice, "Be decisive. If you're so indecisive, how can you lead a division?" "Commander Tian." "General." At this moment, many people looked agitated, shouting one after another. Tian Mu walked over with a majestic gait, ignoring the people of Black Heaven. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, "Do you have a decision?" "Yes." "Since you have one, why bother?" Tian Mu said coldly, "This is the Heaven Division's leader?" "The Heaven Division is in charge of war. This is not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There's no need to think so much. A group of stubborn fellows who may even threaten the safety of mankind. How should we deal with these people? Is there a need to talk so much nonsense?" Tian Mu said coldly, "You always think that you can do things perfectly. But how can things be like this? Perfect and satisfying in every way. Be decisive. Since you've made a decision, why delay it?" Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "I think that some things still need to be expressed." "Expressed?" Tian Mu humphed. "Expressing? That's not your task. What is your task? Your task is to build a powerful, high-ranked combat team and conquer everywhere. You don't need to express your opinion. You don't have the right to do so. Then what you mean is dissatisfied and disobedient. Many new soldiers are like that. But in the end, these people are all well-behaved and obedient. Those who are dissatisfied and want to become deserters can't escape death." Tian Mu looked at the people from Blacklight sect and humphed coldly. "Dissatisfied and disobedient, where do they think this is? When you meet people like this, you have 3 points. First, hit them. Second, hit them hard. Third, if they're disobedient, just kill them so that they don't harm others. Insolence." Sua Jia roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Mu was imposing without being angry. His eyes burst out with a sharp glint. "I am the Deputy Minister of the Heaven Division. Those who offend their superiors, disobey military orders, and violate the rules during wartime will be executed." Execute. As the last word was shouted, Tian Mu had already made his move. With a punch, the void was broken. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Sua Jia. At this moment, Fang Ping sighed. "I've already said that I'm not made to be a general. I should be a military counselor. Forget it, forget it. Reasoning has turned into fighting. Let's do it." After speaking slowly, Fang Ping suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Kuei, smiling. "Let's play in the space battlefield." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping punched a hole in the void. In the blink of an eye, he dragged Zhu Kuei into the battlefield. Old Manly cursed. "Only F** King knows how to pick the weak to fight. Beigong, Senior Chen, let's play with this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Manly blocked Su Bing's way. With a slap, he shattered the void. Under Su Bing's furious and disbelieving gaze, he brought him along and dashed into the space battlefield. Bei Gongyan and Qin 7 laughed. Both of them dashed in at the same time. The rank 7 and 8 martial artists of Blacklight sect were just about to move when almost 100 powerhouses surrounded them from all directions. Lu Polu smiled faintly. "Everyone calm down. Let these rank 9 powerhouses fight for a while. We'd better not get involved." As soon as he finished speaking, a phoenix monster broke through the air and arrived. Underground, a giant rat crawled out of a hole. The 2 monsters' eyes glowed fiercely, looking as if they were ready to kill them at any time. Many people were terrified. Someone shouted angrily, "How dare you!" "We're from Blacklight sect." Lu Polu sighed. Outside of Blacklight sect, it's Earth. Even if it doesn't, Blacklight sect is still under our control. Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it. You don't have to understand. Just stay in the Heaven Division and work hard when you need to. When you really understand it one day and become one with humans, then you'll be grandmasters. Right now, you're just a bunch of high ranks who can't differentiate between friend and foe. Lupolu said something that they could not understand. Finally, he laughed. Wait for the results. Sometimes I still think that old Tian does things in a straightforward manner. The Heaven Division, just say it directly. It's to suppress the heavens. What's the point of talking about grand principles? Talking about this with a bunch of stubborn old fellows is obviously asking to be humiliated. Beside him, someone laughed loudly. Fang Ping is still too inexperienced. He's still a long way off from Minister Zhang and the rest. Back then, the sect was unwilling to contribute. So they moved the sect by force, forcing those sect powerhouses to enter the passageway and defend it. In the end, after all these years, isn't it still very good? This had happened back then. A bunch of stubborn old fellows were unwilling to contribute. What did Zhang Tao and the rest do? They might as well just move them to the entrance of the catacombs directly. To go or not to go. If they did not go, the sect would be destroyed today. It was that domineering. A great war was about to begin. Who would have the leisure to slowly persuade them? Today, although the sect was still not very strong and rarely took the initiative to fight, they had become Sino Nation's mainstay against the catacombs. People like Zhao Xingwu and the rest, before entering the catacombs, had fought in the catacombs for countless years. When had they not killed countless enemies? When Fang Ping, Xianming, and the rest talked about grand principles, they were already impatient listening to them. Tian Mu was still the straightforward one. They had to obey military orders, even if they did not want to. First fight, second kill. This was the way to deal with these people. In the next moment, everyone could not care less about chatting and laughing. They looked at the cracks one after another. At this moment, the cracks appeared in all 3 battlefields. Obviously, Fang Ping and the rest did not know if they deliberately revealed it or if they could not control it, but the situation of the space battlefields was revealed. Not far away, on the roof. A big cat was lying on the roof, looking at the cracks lazily and licking its fur. How boring. All they knew was to fight. Couldn't they be like it and sleep when they had nothing to do? Chapter 874. Within the spatial battlefield. Looking at the indifferent bar Kuei, Fang Ping chuckled. I wanted to take care of Sua Jia, but it was snatched away. Forget it. I'll start with you. Jao Kuei looked at him coldly, not afraid at all, and said coldly, Do you know that in this way the great emperor will definitely be angry? Angry? Fang Ping chuckled. I hope he gets angry. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Although I don't like to hit women, but it's better to let you self-righteous old antiques have a good memory. Arrogant. Jao Kuei shouted coldly. As his voice fell, a thin sword as thin as a willow leaf suddenly appeared. Order. Jao Kuei shouted in a low voice, and the thin sword broke through the air, heading straight for Fang Ping's door. Unhurriedly, Fang Ping stretched out his hand to grab it. Seeing this, Jao Kuei sneered. The next moment, however, his expression changed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was slightly moved. He grabbed hold of the rapier. The rapier kept struggling like a living thing, stabbing into his palm and leaving streaks of blood. Fang Ping shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. Interesting. Infused with a psychic attack. Humph. Jao Kuei snorted coldly, but the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Golden Body 8 refinement? You can tell. Although Jao Kuei's face was cold, he was shocked in his heart. Golden Body 8th refinement. The direct descendant of the false emperor was indeed incredible. To think that he could reach such a level at such a young age. Even in ancient times, there weren't many Golden Body 8 refinements. So what if he's at the 8th grade? Jao Kuei snorted coldly. The eighth refinement golden body was still not the limit. Did he really think that the eighth refinement golden body was invincible? The next moment, dozens of thin swords like the one before suddenly appeared in front of Jiao Kuei. Trapped! Chiao Kuei let out a low growl. Like soldiers under his control, dozens of rapiers surrounded Fang Ping and began to besiege him. Jiao Kuei, on the other hand, did not engage in close combat. Instead, he muttered something under his breath. Dozens of slender swords kept changing their formation, stabbing at Fang Ping from all directions. On Fang Ping's golden body, streaks of bloody marks appeared. His skin was broken, but his flesh was not. Even so, Fang Ping was still a little surprised. In his opinion, Jiao Kuei's strength was around level 5 origin source. Logically speaking, his explosive power should be inferior to mine. Moreover, the strength of the golden body was not as strong as his. However, this old hag's psychic power didn't seem to be very strong. Yet, she was able to control the swords and surround him. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but was actually stabbed back. Rumble! The rapier pierced Fang Ping's body. His golden body rumbled. It seemed like the sunflower could not hurt Fang Ping. However, this woman was not in a hurry. While Fang Ping was blocking the rapier, something appeared in Jiao Kuei's hand again. It looked like a needle. Pooh! Jiao Kuei sprayed a mouthful of blood on the needle and began to chant again. Fang Ping was not too anxious. He wanted to see what these ancient martial artists were capable of. At this moment, he was punching the thin swords while paying attention to Jiao Kuei. After Jiao Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood, there seemed to be some strange energy fluctuations on those thin needles. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He began to observe carefully. Interesting. It seems like the frequency of the spiritual power fluctuation has changed. Fang Ping was a little surprised. It was not only mentality but also vitality force. This was also a new way of combining energy. Fang Ping observed carefully for a while. At this time, Jiao Kuei let out a cold shout. Hundreds of thin needles shot out, instantly shooting around Fang Ping's body. Break! Accompanied by Jiao Kuei's roar, the rapier surrounded Fang Ping, and the thin needles began to shoot at him. Fang Ping saw a thin needle flying toward him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one. Jiao Kuei sneered. Courting death. Sizzle. This time, Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. The thin needles did not seem to be real. Like maggots in a tarsal bone, they drilled into Fang Ping's golden body in an instant. Fang Ping was a little shocked. A rank 8 golden body was known as a leakless body. Although it was not to the point of being flawless, he had a rank 8 mentality. Unless it was a frontal attack, ordinary weapons could not break his defense at all. But at this time, this thin needle integrated into his flesh in the blink of an eye. A thin needle entered and quickly swam away from his arm. Fang Ping's flesh and meridians were pierced by the thin needles at this moment. This was just one needle. In the next moment, a large number of thin needles also shot toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping was just about to dodge when Jiao Kuei spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, those rapier formed a sword array, trapping him firmly. A human martial artist wants to go against the heavens. Jiao Kuei sneered. Brute. After being hit by her bone-fusing needle, even if the other party did not die, he would be crippled. So what if the other party was a rank 8 golden body? It was not like she could not break his defense. Moreover, she was not breaking it but merging it. Brute. In the past, when those origin powerhouses saw him using the bone-fusing needle, they ran as far away as they could, or they did not even give him a chance. This person, on the other hand, had been waiting for him to use it all along. That was true. How could martial artists in the human world, the younger generation martial artists, know the strength of their predecessors? Uft. Fang Ping spat out blood from his mouth, but he was still unhurried. He inhaled a little and said, It hurts. I haven't felt this way for a long time. It hurt a lot. Even when he was beaten until his bones were almost broken, he did not feel this much pain. Those hundreds of thin needles seemed to have penetrated into his bone marrow, stabbing it wildly. The pain went deep into his bone marrow. This was probably the real pain that penetrated into his bone marrow. Interesting, it actually merged with the golden body, merged with the bone marrow, attacking from the inside out. What kind of weapon is this? Fang Ping looked curious, grabbing a rapier casually, letting the other rapiers stab him one after another, leaving streaks of bloody marks on his body. He grabbed the rapier and looked at it for a while, saying, "It's not too strong individually, probably around the strength of a rank 7 divine weapon. But I realized that it seems to be rapiers of the same frequency. 36 rank 7 divine weapons of the same frequency, using a special energy recombination method, actually exploded with divine weapon ability that is slightly stronger than a rank 9, and it doesn't seem too difficult to control. The ancients still have some redeeming qualities." While he was commenting, J.O. Kuei's expression changed drastically. He could not help but shout, "Why are you pretending to be calm?" The bone-fusing needle entered the bone. Even a rank 9 would be in excruciating pain. The other party actually had the time to comment on his weapon. Fang Ping smiled and said, "What are you pretending for? Is it very strong? It's a little painful, but it's still acceptable. The destructive power is average. I think under normal circumstances, you use this needle to pierce into other people's bodies, make them suffer, then use the sword array to kill the enemy, right? What a show-off." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "It's not bad and it's not weak either. But this weakness is too obvious. If I'm not affected by the pain, your sword array can't do anything to me at all. But then again, there are some redeeming qualities. Same frequency resonance. You've inspired me a little." At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes erupted with a golden blood-red glow. Fang Ping blinked and laughed. "It's even more interesting. It's actually drilling into my brain nucleus. If it drills into my brain nucleus, will it shatter my brain nucleus?" "How did you build this needle?" "I think it seems to have the function of actively penetrating into the brain nucleus. Under normal circumstances, it can't hurt the brain nucleus. This is a little interesting." As he spoke, J.O. Kuei's expression changed drastically. This person could actually endure the pain of the bone-fusing needle. In this way, the bone-fusing needle's effect was greatly reduced. As for her sword array, the effect was not too obvious against a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. Fang Ping grabbed a rapier with one hand, letting the rapier struggle freely. Very soon, mentality erupted, directly obliterating the mentality attached to it. J.O. Kuei's face paled. In the next second, Fang Ping casually threw the rapier into the storage space, laughing. "I'm confiscating this set of swords. Although the fancy ones don't have much power, their creativity is not bad. It's worth learning from." After saying that, Fang Ping let the other rapiers hit him and let the needles wander wildly in his body. He looked at J.O. Kuei and said, "I realize that you seem to be a martial artist who leans towards mentality cultivation. Your physique shouldn't be too strong. But your bias is a little too obvious. Origin path is at least rank 5, but I think your physique might not even have a basic vitality of 120,000 calories." Fang Ping shook his head. Under normal circumstances, rank 9 powerhouses were also honing their golden bodies as they advanced along origin path. At this stage of rank 5, their basic vitality would be more than 130,000. In terms of ranks, everyone's basic difference was still very big. The weak ones had a basic 100,000 calories. The strong ones who had reached the limit could probably have a basic 200,000 calories. And all this, on one hand, depended on the degree of forging a rank 8's golden body. On the other hand, it also depended on the rank 9's consolidation. It was more difficult for rank 9 to forge a golden body, but the further one went on origin path, the higher the upper limit. At this time, powerhouses could still continue to forge a golden body, but it was difficult. With the strength of your golden body, if you encounter a martial artist who ignores your special methods, won't they beat you to death? Humph! Jao Kuei snorted coldly, her eyes cold and fierce. In the next moment, her figure moved as fast as lightning, disappearing on the spot in the blink of an eye. When she appeared again, she was already a few hundred meters away from Fang Ping. She did not want to run. She just wanted to prevent a golden body powerhouse like Fang Ping from getting close. She might not be as strong as Fang Ping's golden body at rank 8. After leaving Fang Ping's side, Jao Kuei suddenly muttered, "Imperial order, spiritual sense break!" In the blink of an eye, a shapeless rapier pierced through the air. Or rather, it did not pierce through the air. It descended directly on top of Fang Ping's head. The rapier pierced down along the Baihui acupoint. Fang Ping's body staggered slightly. In the next moment, a golden house appeared. Click! The rapier hit the golden house. Rumble! The rapier collided, emitting a rumbling sound. The shapeless rapier looked like it was broken. Fang Ping shook his head, getting more and more curious. "You can directly attack my core materialization. This is amazing. How did you lock onto it?" "My core materialization did not materialize itself, but your materialization could actually attack." He did not take the initiative to materialize the golden house just now, but the other party's materialization forced his golden house to appear. Fang Ping had a feeling that, if he did not come out, the other party might directly attack his brain. There should be a way to lock onto it. He was surprised. Jao Kuei was shocked. What was that? Was that spiritual sense? Whose spiritual sense was like that? It was golden and shiny. Its whole body was golden, like a golden ocean. Her spiritual sense sword had actually been counterattacked and injured. Immortal! At this moment, she understood and was stunned. How did this person do it? Fang Ping ignored her and laughed. "What other methods do you have? Use them all. You don't seem strong enough. You don't have the strength of a rank 5 origin. You didn't use the origin enhancement. Hurry, try it." Arrogant, Jao Kuei roared. In the next second, outside the space, Tian Mu punched Suo Jia, sending him flying out of the space battlefield. His chest was punched through. "Useless," Tian Mu snorted. "You have a lot of methods, but you're so useless? I've overestimated you." Suo Jia had a lot of methods too. He focused on his flesh, but he could turn into a meatball and wrap around Tian Mu. He wanted to wrap him up and lock him up. In the end, Tian Mu punched 100 times, blasting the other party's golden body. After 100 punches, Suo Jia's chest was punched through. As soon as Tian Mu came out and said this, he covered the sky with one hand and squeezed Suo Jia in his hand. Suo Jia's bones creaked and shattered instantly. "Still trying to run? Stop fooling around. It's boring." Tian Mu said loudly, "These people's origin path is not short. It's not pure. They have all kinds of techniques, but when they meet us, we'll break them with force and kill them directly." As he spoke, Old Man Li cut off Su Bing's arm with his sword. Bei Gongxian and Guo Xian were sent flying. Their injuries were not light. A long sword controlled by Su Bing pierced through their bodies. Su Bing's expression was dark. Although he had lost an arm, he was still powerful. He was about to charge at Old Man Li when Tian Mu punched Suo Jia into the space battlefield. Blood spurted from Suo Jia's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Su Bing's long sword did not stop and pierced through his throat again. "Suo Jia!" Su Bing's expression changed. He waved his hand, and Suo Jia and the long sword flew toward him. "Kill them! Su Bing, kill them!" Suo Jia's eyes were red. He was humiliated like this. He was trampled like trash. Earlier, he was used as a meat shield and punched into the space battlefield. He was almost crippled by Su Bing's sword. Tian Mu stepped into the air. He glanced at him and sneered. Maybe. I'm still too kind. I should kill a few to establish my authority. Old Man Li chuckled. That's not good, is it? But killing a few isn't a big problem. Oh right, this old man isn't weak. I couldn't kill him with 3 swords, so I chopped off his arm. I'm afraid he really has Old Wu's ability. When he said that, Su Bing's face turned green. He wanted to kill him with 3 swords? Although this person had a rank 8 forging golden body and seemed to be showing signs of myriad Dao unification. He was dreaming if he wanted to kill him. If the other 2 did not hold him back, he would not have his arm chopped off. It was a disgrace. Him? He's not as good as Old Wu. No matter which Old Wu you're talking about, he's not as good as him. Tian Mu shook his head and laughed. This person's origin path is not short. The amplification is very strong, but this guy cherishes his life. When I saw him attack, he retreated quickly when he was in danger. Isn't this how the catacombs, rank 9s, do? For people like this, even if their combat strength is the same, it's not a problem for us to fight 1 or 2. As he said that, he ignored Su Bing's anger. Tian Mu looked through the rift to the other side and shouted, Fang Ping, she may look young, but she's a 1,000-year-old witch. What's your hobby? Do you have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Don't talk nonsense. On the other side, Fang Ping said loudly, I'm testing their combat techniques. You don't say, it's quite interesting. But this old witch's physique is really weak. It seems like she weakened it on purpose. Her basic vitality is only about 120,000 calories. It's not even as strong as the average stage 2 or 3 origin. Hurry up! Tian Mu scolded again. Fang Ping said angrily, I'm the general manager. You're the deputy minister. Don't command your boss. After saying that, Fang Ping suddenly roared in the space. His figure was so fast that no one could react. A golden giant fist blasted out. In front, Jiao Kuei was just about to retreat when Fang Ping blasted out countless punches. Silhouettes also shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was almost filled with Fang Ping's silhouettes. Rumble. Jiao Kuei felt that there was no way to escape. No matter where she went, there were Fang Ping's fist silhouettes. In the next moment, Jiao Kuei's back was hit by a punch. Rumble. With a muffled sound, the golden body began to crack. Jiao Kuei roared angrily. The sword of mentality erupted again. This time, Fang Ping swung the house of gold. Like a burly man moving a mountain, he swung the house of gold and smashed it out. Crack! Uft! Jiao Kuei's face turned pale instantly. The sword of mentality was smashed. Fang Ping also took a step back. The house of gold was in his hands again. Looking at the small hole in the house, Fang Ping said in surprise, It's actually much stronger than my mentality. His house of gold cost 1 billion wealth points, although his mentality was only slightly more than 8,000 hertz. His defense was extremely strong. It was at least stronger than the average 9,000 hertz. In the end, it was still pierced by Jiao Kuei's rapier. This meant that this woman's mentality was at least close to 10,000 hertz. He was surprised. Jiao Kuei was in despair. Her physique was not as good as the others. Her spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the other's house of gold and could not damage the brain. In this case, she did not have the strength to fight back. The bone-fusing needles did not seem to have any effect. This person's vitality was strong enough to wear out a lot of the bone-fusing needles. As for the sword array, it was violently dismantled by the other party. Now it was in a mess. In addition, her mentality was severely damaged. At this moment, the rapier fell one after another and was kept in the other party's storage ring. I understand now. Fang Ping said suddenly, these ancient martial artists have to be at least 1 rank lower. This woman is at most comparable to a normal rank for origin martial artist, and a normal one at that. Just a little stronger. She can hang them up and beat them up. That's Su Bing. Just look at him as a rank 7 origin. He shouldn't be as strong as the Vice-Chancellor and the others. Old man Li, if the two of us work together, there should be hope to take him down. As he said that, Fong Ping punched again, and the chest of Jiao Kuei, who was about to escape, was punched through. Fong Ping shrugged and said, "Sorry, I used to hit people's chests. I don't know how to punch through. Now you're gone. I really can't help it. Who asked you to be a rank 9? Without waiting for Jiao Kuei to speak, Fong Ping laughed and said, "But you're already a few thousand years old, witch. You don't care." Having said that, Fong Ping punched again. Jiao Kuei tried her best to dodge, but Fong Ping's punch still hit her leg. One of her legs disappeared immediately. In the next second, Fong Ping punched again and again. In the blink of an eye, the other party's limbs were all blasted into golden bloody foam. At this time, Fong Ping grabbed Jiao Kuei's head with one hand, carried Jiao Kuei, and walked out, looking at the people from Blacklight sect who were terrified, and said with a smile, "I really like to reason, but you guys forget it. Why do you have to go against me? My Heaven Division has just been established. You guys don't give me face. Aren't you embarrassing me?" As he said that, Fong Ping said again, "I'm not playing anymore. Brother Cat, please imprison that old man for a while. Just for a while. Fighting is not good. Fighting in front of you. Isn't this disturbing your peace?" Meow. The cat was a little unhappy. I said I won't fight, but what the liars said made sense. They were fighting noisily, and it was hard for them to sleep. Imprison for a while did not count as fighting, right? The cat felt that it should not count. In the blink of an eye, in the space battlefield, Su Bing's eyes suddenly glazed over. Seeing that, Tian Mu punched out, blasting the other party away, and stepped on Sua Jia at the same time. He laughed and said, "This is good. It's easier to fight. Come, you guys take care of this guy. I'll go and cripple that guy, lest he causes trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, in the midst of Sua Jia's madness, he kicked him to the side of Li Changxing and the rest. The few of them were all smiles, surrounding him in an instant. Screams rang out for a long time. On the other side, Tian Mu came out of closed-door cultivation this time. His strength had also skyrocketed. Punch after punch, not long after, Su Bing was like Jiao Kuei. On the other side, Li Changsheng and the other two had also beaten up Sua Jia until his limbs were no longer there. Only half of his head was left. Old man Li carried Sua Jia, Tian Mu carried Su Bing, and the few of them jumped out of the space battlefield very quickly. As soon as they came out, the battlefield disappeared in the blink of an eye. From start to finish, it did not take long before the 3 rank 9 powerhouses of Blacklight sect became turtles in a jar. In the crowd, those Blacklight sect martial artists looked terrified. Were these the martial artists of the human world? It was too scary. Among the 3 holy ambassadors, other than Holy Ambassador Su, who seemed to have met with some accident, Sua Jia and Jiao Kuei were almost killed, and the martial artist who defeated Jiao Kuei was actually the golden body Fong Ping. Fong Ping and the rest threw the 3 of them in front of the crowd as if they were throwing trash. Although these rank 9s were beaten to this state, they still had consciousness. Su Bing regained consciousness, not saying a word. Just now, he was imprisoned in an instant. True God, and it was a little familiar. In his mind, a name had actually appeared, but he had not actually come into contact with that cat, and did not dare to come into contact. At this moment, there was only fear in Su Bing's heart. As for the remaining 2, half of Sua Jia's face was full of resentment, while Jiao Kuei's face was full of despair and disbelief. When they came out of the mountain, they were not captured by the true God powerhouses, but they were defeated by a few juniors. Why? The emperor once said that when they came out of the mountain, the fake emperor and those true gods would probably not attack them. Yes, there was indeed no one now, not even their faces. But they were actually defeated by Fong Ping's group. A group of people who felt that they were far weaker than them were defeated. At this moment, a few people's martial willpower was slightly shaken. Even Su Bing knew that it was not that the cat was so strong that he could not resist. Long before the cat attacked, he was already injured by a few fellows who were far weaker than him. Unbelievable. They were in disbelief, but Fong Ping lamented. A group of people who have been eliminated by the times. No wonder the minister said that martial artists in the neo-martial arts era are the strongest. Even if there's no messy combat techniques, skills are still the strongest. I didn't understand it before, but I do now. This group of fellows are just for show, and I had high hopes for them. Fong Ping shook his head, then smiled and said, "That's good too. In this case, the heavenly divisions function will come into play. I can't wait anymore. We should go and break through the heavens next." He was still talking when Tianmu interrupted. "How should we deal with these people?" Fong Ping swept a glance, rubbed his chin, and said, "That's Sua Jia. He's still acting like you're very awesome, not yielding? Fine, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianmu blasted a punch, blasting the other party's skull directly. "How dare you!" Su Bing had just shouted when Old Man Li swung his sword, annihilating the other party's mentality. He chuckled and said, "Of course I dare. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, you'll end up like this too." Fong Ping saw the situation and said helplessly, "I haven't finished speaking. I said that if you yield, you can still go to the catacombs to fight and make contributions. Both of you are so impatient. What are you doing? I'm only halfway through my sentence. Why are you so impatient?" Tianmu said indifferently, "We're carrying out Minister Fong's orders. Military orders must be obeyed. If you want to kill them, then of course we have to do it as soon as possible. Next time you issue military orders, be concise and clear. Don't say half and leave half." Old Man Li laughed too. "We're killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Look, after killing this one who's jumping around happily, aren't these people well behaved now? So be it. Just a few words from this guy earlier, and we know he's up to no good. Kill tranquility." Among the crowd, someone chuckled and said, "So be it. At most, we'll kill this group of people, and we'll find another 33 heavens to rope in. There's bound to be something we can talk about, and we'll cooperate." At this moment, Su Bing looked around, his expression suddenly sorrowful. This was not the human world. This was hell. A bunch of vengeful spirits had been resurrected. P.S. Pushing a new book, a new rebirth novel. Rebirth, the South Drift Era. Brothers who like rebirth novels can go read it. Chapter 875. Your sins are so heavy. You killed Sua Jia for no reason. What's the difference between you and the devil? At this moment, Su Bing's tone was filled with grief and indignation as he questioned angrily. It had only been a moment since they left Outland when Sua Jia died. Thousands of years of effort turned into nothing. The fox grieved for the rabbit's death. Even if he knew he should not speak now, he still questioned angrily. Tianmu said coldly, "Devil? Righteous path? I don't care what others say. If the unorthodox path can save mankind so that mankind will no longer have to suffer the pain of war and the pain of family separation. So what if I become a devil?" After saying that, Tianmu said sternly, "It's fine if you don't come out into the world. If you come out, you must fight. There are no powerhouses in Sino Nation who don't want to obey military orders. If you're unwilling to obey military orders, you're a deserter. Whether it's the current or ancient martial artists, you can be killed." Not far away, Bei Gongyan also said lightly, "Sino Nation's high ranks have arrangements. Obey military orders during wartime. Do whatever you want during non-war. Those who don't obey military orders during wartime will die in vain." This was modern times. Powerhouses were said to have no restrictions. But in reality, there were still restrictions. If you were asked to fight, you had to fight, even if you knew you would die. It's just an excuse. Su Bing's face was full of anger. "We've just entered the world and know nothing. You killed Sua Jia because of a disagreement. It's so unfair." Fong Ping massaged his temples and chuckled. All right. What's done is done. Senior Su, the weak are prey to the strong. Let's not find excuses. I thought you were a threat, so I killed you. Is this reason enough? I can't allow you to sleep soundly next to my bed. Is this reason enough? Suo Jia repeatedly refuted my words, again and again. If you've killed him, then you've killed him. Cut the crap. After saying that, Fang Ping's expression turned cold. Don't mention this anymore. Will Xianming dynasty cooperate or fall out? Senior Su, make your own choice. I know you have your own motives. It doesn't matter. Be obedient. Whatever you want to do, as long as you're not caught, do as you please. If you're disobedient and dare to do anything in secret, not only you, Heavenly Emperor Xianming will die too. If you really think Heavenly Emperor Xianming is incomparably powerful and is not afraid of anything, guards, escort them back to Xianming dynasty. I want to see if Heavenly Emperor Xianming dares to fall out. Tianmu smiled and said, That's how it should be. I will personally escort them back to profound sky sect and force that old fellow to make a move. At that time, we will have enough reason to surround and kill him as soon as we make a move. They couldn't surround and kill him, but someone else could. It wasn't appropriate to attack those people for no reason. However, as long as the Dark Heavenly Emperor took action, Zhang Tao and the others would have enough reason to surround and kill him. Now was the right time. It just so happened that the catacombs' powerhouses had been beaten until they were afraid. In addition, the matter of the king battleground was imminent, so they would not appear in Mount Royal Sea for the time being. Now the human peerless powerhouses still had a chance to make a move. If it really dragged on to a later stage, there might not be such an opportunity. When Su Bing saw that Tianmu was really going to escort them back to Black Firmament Heaven, a look of despair appeared in his eyes. The great emperor didn't ask them to come out of the profound sky palace just to make them return in a sorry state. The great emperor hadn't even accomplished his goal. They had only just left the mystic profound realm, but they had already fallen out with the human realm's experts the next day. If they really wanted to fall out with each other, they would have done so when the pseudo-emperor blocked the door. The heavenly emperor had endured such humiliation and even allowed Fang Ping and the rest to do whatever they wanted in black light. It was not because he had nothing better to do. It was to let them smoothly integrate into the human realm. But now the plan was ruined. In a rage, the great emperor might start a war with the pseudo-emperor, but they who had spoiled the great emperor's plan would not have it easy either. Su Bing suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a cold tone, Fang Ping, what do you want to do? Just say it. Killing Suo Jia and intimidating us. Is it just to make Black Firmament Heaven your enemy? Fang Ping laughed. It's better now. Some things, it's better to talk openly. As he said that, Fang Ping laughed again. In this case, everyone doesn't have to pretend anymore. You have your goals. Maybe we can help. As for us, we also have our goals. Maybe we can work together for a win-win situation. When it comes to acting, you guys are tired, I'm tired too. There's no need for that. In my opinion, it's more straightforward to work together for the sake of benefits. I don't treat you guys as humans. You don't have to treat us as ignorant people either. Let's talk openly. Maybe we can reach a consensus on some things. Su Bing took a deep breath and said, All right, then just say it. No hurry. As Fang Ping said that, he shouted, Come, send the others to the library. Read some books. Watch a movie if that's not possible. Without my orders, no one in Black Firmament Heaven is allowed to go out. If anyone dares to leave, I'll kill them without mercy. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Su Bing and smiled. Senior Su, let's talk properly. We can hide the information, but if Senior purposely tells us some false information, I'm sorry, although we don't have any ancients here, we have an ancient cat. If some things don't match up, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Su Bing's expression changed slightly. Ancient cat. Needless to say, he knew who it was. His tone was slightly bitter. Azure cat, is it really here? As soon as he said that, a big cat in the distance made a lazy meow sound. Su Bing turned his head to look. Although its limbs were broken, it was still crawling on the ground, its tone even more bitter. Su Bing greets Emperor Sky. It was no longer an azure cat. Emperor Sky. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. The azure cat did not have the strength of a great emperor, right? Although it had a lot of good stuff, the azure cat did not seem to have the strength of an emperor. In the distance, the azure cat wagged its tail, too lazy to care. You are the Emperor Sky. This cat is the azure cat. At this time, Fong Ping suddenly said, the azure cat is Emperor Sky. The celestial emperor. Su Bing answered quickly, saying quickly, and the only celestial emperor who only has the title of celestial emperor. The other celestial emperors all had prefixes. The celestial dog did not. As soon as the sentence was said, it was strange. Li Hansong's jaw dropped. Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang were also dumbfounded. At the back, Qin Fengqing looked up at the sky. Old Man Li snorted and laughed. Celestial Emperor? The only celestial emperor without a prefix? Someone had always called himself Celestial Emperor, so it was a dog. Su Bing did not understand the meaning of these people's expressions. In his opinion, the celestial dog had the strength. Was it inappropriate for it to be a celestial emperor, a true emperor-level powerhouse, or even an emperor-level powerhouse? Was an invincible existence even among the great emperors? Was it inappropriate to be a celestial emperor? Fong Ping's expression was also very strange. The celestial dog was a celestial emperor? What the F***? When I said I was a celestial emperor before, it turned out that there really was one. Not like celestial emperor Xianming, there was a real person, no, a dog who was called a celestial emperor. Fong Ping glared at Li Hansong. If you call me a celestial emperor in the future, I'll take it as you scolding me. If you scold me, I'll hit you. Li Hansong stifled his laughter, his body trembling. Celestial Emperor Fong Ping. This was good. This fellow had long said that he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, and now he really was. As for this fellow's titled Demon King, there was still a demon emperor. Demon, celestial, those were true. Fong Ping was speechless. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Move quickly. What are you all looking at? Hurry up." How did they do things? They were still looking. Did they not see that it was almost noon? Celestial Emperor Fong, Lu Polu, and the rest escorted the people from Black Radiance sect to the library. Old Man Li and the rest brought Su Bing and the rest to the guest hall to wait for questioning. Li Hansong wandered around, ran to Fong Ping's side and grinned. This time, he did not hold back when he yelled. Celestial Emperor Fong, this was possible. Fong Ping's expression darkened. At this moment, he was about to say a few words to the cat. When he heard this, he suppressed his desire to beat Iron Head to death and laughed. Brother Cat, was Heavenly Hound called Celestial Emperor back then? I don't know. The cat said lazily when Big Hound was weak, it was common to see him. When he became strong, it was rare to see him. It and Heavenly Hound knew each other when they were young. When they were weak, they often met. However, when Heavenly Hound became strong and had a goal, they rarely met. The last time they met was when Heavenly Hound came to bid farewell while it was still in a daze. That time, Heavenly Hound seemed to have said that it would return after it became an emperor. Fong Ping saw that it could not explain, so he asked again, "Then why did they call you Celestial Emperor?" "I don't know." The cat swayed its tail and said impatiently, "Liar, don't ask any more. I'm so annoyed." Fong Ping shrugged. Forget it, he would not ask any more. "Brother Cat, I'll go ask Mystic Heaven's people now. I'll arrange for you to eat something and take a nap. When you wake up, I'll bring you to Bell. How about that?" The cat glanced at him, its big head resting on the guardrail, its expression lifeless. "Don't try to trick me into fighting. I already said I won't fight. I won't fight." Fong Ping nodded hurriedly, but he felt like laughing. This cat, this expression. Right now, he really wanted to give its cat head a good beating. The cat looked at him again. So annoying. This liar, always thinking of bad ideas and a belly full of bad ideas. He was not a good person indeed. The cat could not be bothered with him. It continued to lie on the roof and bask in the sun. The sun in the human world was so comfortable. Unfortunately, with these fellows around, it was too embarrassed to sleep more freely. Therefore, the cat chased them away. Go quickly. I'm thinking about some things in the past. Don't disturb me. When Fong Ping heard that, he nodded immediately. Brother Cat, take your time to think about it. We'll go first. After Fong Ping and the others had left, the cat fell to the ground with a thud. It sprawled on its back, basking in the sunlight. It felt so comfortable that it did not even want to get up. In the living room, at this moment, Su Bing and Jao Kuei's limbs had recovered. Both of them did not say a word, sitting on the sofa in silence. Around them, Tian Mu and the others also remained silent. It was extremely quiet. Soon, Fong Ping and the others entered. As soon as Fong Ping entered the hall, he walked straight to the main seat, sat down, and said, Li Han Song, you take the minutes of the meeting. Li Han Song did not say much. He sat down at the side and prepared to take the minutes. As soon as Fong Ping sat down, he said directly, Cooperation, there is a basis for cooperation. I'll ask both of you some basic information first. I hope both of you can answer truthfully. As for what both of you want to ask, after I'm done, you can ask me too. If everyone is more honest, I think it will be beneficial for the cooperation in the future. Su Bing continued to maintain his silence. Jao Kuei showed a mocking expression and said indifferently, If I ask you for the true God method, will you teach it too? Fong Ping glanced at her and sneered. The true God method? Even the great emperor method can be taught. Let's see if you have the capability. Ask everyone here. How many people have learned the great emperor combat techniques? Ignorant, ridiculous. Su Bing did not say a word. Actually, he could see that when Old Man Li attacked him earlier, he used the true God's secret art. If both of you are human powerhouses who have fought in the catacombs for us humans and contributed to humanity, what is the true God method worth? Fong Ping snorted and said quickly, Cut the crap. Let me ask first, are you from the Shang-Zhou period? When did the apatheicized era begin? When did it decline? The apatheicized era, Su Bing said slowly. At that time, it was actually not called the apatheicized era. We call it the Gods and Demons era. The Gods and Demons era began very, very early. Su Bing said softly, so early that we don't even know exactly which year it began. We only know that when we appeared, it was already the last period of the Gods and Demons era. Shangzhou, if you're talking about Yinshang, then we should be from the period that you mentioned. Su Bing fell into deep thought. His tone was very slow as he said, Slowly, the Yinshang period was already the last phase of the Gods and Demons era. It was also the last glory. Powerhouses like the North Sea Emperor that you mentioned, including Xianming Tian, only showed their talents during that period. At that time, the emperors were already dead. The celestial realm had already disappeared. Among the three realms, the celestial realm disappeared, the earth realm was damaged, the human realm was in chaos, heaven and man were separated. Su Bing seemed to be a little sad, sighing softly. That was also a dark period. Some great emperors had been stuck at the emperor realm for countless years and had already gone mad. They were looking for the celestial realm, looking for traces of emperors, looking for a way to break through the realm. Some of them started wars, some began to kill gods and demons, some went deep into the sea of suffering, some reincarnated. The Gods and Demons era also ended in this period. Chaos, the world was in chaos, the three realms were in chaos. Fong Ping interrupted. Let me ask one more question. According to the records, the Demon Emperor was still alive at that time. The Catacombs' two kings were powerhouses under the Demon Emperor's command. You said that emperors were already gone. Then what was the Demon Emperor? According to the records, the two kings and Gong Zhuanzi and the others were from the same era. The two kings were under the demon emperor's command. In that case, Gong Zhuanzi and the others were actually from the same era as the demon emperor. It was just that there was a slight difference in time, but they might have met before. Demon emperor? Su Bing thought for a while. You mean the earthly emperor? Su Bing said the earthly emperor had actually disappeared a long time ago. What he left was only a spiritual consciousness projection. The earthly emperor was also the last emperor to leave traces in the three realms. In the final period, some great emperors joined forces to attack the Earth Realm God dynasty that the earthly emperor established in order to find out the truth and clues about the emperor. As for us, we were actually in a deep sleep during that period. Su Bing added. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. In that case, the catacombs record of the sinking of Godland was actually done by Heavenly Emperor Xianming and the others. We don't know about this. Su Bing shook his head. Back then, we only participated in some battles between non-true gods. True god-level powerhouses had their own battlefield. At that time, it was chaotic, very chaotic. It was so chaotic that they might be friends today, but tomorrow they might go on an expedition. The god dynasty established by the earthly emperor was no longer enough to suppress the three realms. In fact, the earthly emperor had already disappeared, and the god dynasty was no longer orthodox. I remember that back then, when we had just returned from an expedition to beyond heaven, the great emperor returned and made us fall into a deep sleep. After that, we don't know how many years have passed, and we have been in a deep sleep ever since. What about the Forbidden Sea? Was it from that battle? That battle was fought in the silent god land. According to what you said, it wasn't the heavenly realm? It wasn't the heavenly realm. Su Bing continued. The Forbidden Sea, which is also the Bitter Sea, was actually a little earlier. It was said that the heavenly realm disappeared at the same time as the Forbidden Sea was formed. This was the most prosperous period of the god and demon era. The great emperor might have experienced that period and had said a few words. Back then, the three realms were prosperous, and the emperors suppressed the heavens. After that, no one knows what happened. The heavenly realm disappeared, and the Forbidden Sea appeared. At this time, the god and demon era turned from prosperity to decline, and finally it completely declined. After the destruction of the god dynasty in the earth realm, some emperors founded sections. This is what you call the bounded domain, Fang Ping said lightly. You know about this, but I don't think I mentioned it right. Su Bing said calmly, the great emperor woke up once a few years ago, and he also explored the human world. I don't care to hide this. Fang Ping sneered, not saying much. Very quickly he concluded, in that case you are actually figures in the later period of the god and demon era. Celestial Emperor Xianming might have experienced the early prosperity, and when you became stronger, you had actually already reached the final stage of madness? That's right. When the god and demon era began, there were the three realms and the emperors. A great war caused the destruction of the heavenly realm. The Forbidden Sea appeared, and the emperors disappeared, right? Yes. After that, the earthly emperor's projection established a new god dynasty. Can I understand it as a mentality avatar? You can understand it that way. The earthly emperor's mentality avatar established the god dynasty, and the two kings were also his subordinates during this period. However, at that time the emperors disappeared. Some great emperors wanted to become emperors, so they set their eyes on the avatar of the earthly emperor, and a great war broke out again. And this war caused the destruction of the God dynasty, which is also the destruction of God continent. God continent is actually not the heavenly realm. You can understand it as another land, right? Su Bing nodded slightly. Back then, the Earth realm was very big. There were many lands on the Forbidden Sea, some big and some small. The center was where the heavenly realm was. Later on, the heavenly realm was destroyed, and the earthly emperor reclaimed the sea and created land in the area where the heavenly realm used to be, and re-established the God dynasty. After that war, it was said that the land where the God dynasty was on was completely submerged. This is probably the origin of the sinking of God Continent that you guys mentioned. God Continent is not the heavenly realm. Although both are in that area, they are different. Fong Ping nodded slightly and said, "Then what was the current catacombs like back then?" "The current Earth realm," Su Bing thought for a while before saying. "Back then, the Earth realm was also divided into many gathering places for mortals, demons, immortals, and gods. I have never been there. I really don't know what the current Earth realm is." "Then what is the seed of rebirth?" "The seed of rebirth." Su Bing seemed to be recalling. After a long time, he said, "I seem to have heard of it. Back then, it was said that after the emperor disappeared, he left behind clues about the emperor realm on the earthly emperor's projection. In fact, the emperors besieging the earthly emperor god dynasty is also related to the seed of rebirth." "Then why did the seed of rebirth appear in the human world?" Su Bing shook his head. "These things happened after we fell into a deep sleep. We really don't know. The battle that Tingo participated in was also the one that besieged the earthly emperor god dynasty." "Celestial emperor," Su Bing shook his head. "Not so. It seems that Celestial Emperor did not fall in this battle. It was said that it happened earlier. The Heavenly Emperor seems to know something. It is said that Celestial Emperor fell in the ruins of the Heavenly Realm. It is said that not long after the Heavenly Realm disappeared, Celestial Emperor went to the ruins of the Heavenly Realm to find clues about the emperors in order to become an emperor. That time the Heavenly Emperor also went there. The Heavenly Emperor's map fragment that he gave you should be his harvest from that time. Celestial Emperor should have fallen that time. Who can kill Tingo?" Fong Ping frowned. "You said that the emperors are gone. According to Tsang Mao, Tingo is very, very strong. If that is the case, who can kill it?" "We don't know about that." Su Bing said helplessly, "We are only at the origin realm. This is only hearsay. There are some things that only some true gods and heavenly emperors know." "Why didn't Tingo look for the earthly emperor's avatar?" This, Su Bing hesitated. Beside him, Jao Kuei said coldly, "Celestial Emperor is so arrogant. It is just a mere avatar. Celestial Emperor is just unwilling to look for it." "It is said that Celestial Emperor went to the Heavenly Realm just to fight a martial emperor. He wanted to fight with a real emperor, not just to learn about the martial emperor's path. Although the earthly emperor's avatar has wisdom, it is limited. Although it has strength, it should not be as strong as Celestial Emperor. In that case, it is not surprising that Celestial Emperor disdained to fight with the avatar and went to the ruins of the Heavenly Realm to look for the true emperor. If the earthly emperor's avatar is here, it means that the emperors are actually not dead, right? Those emperors are actually still alive. It is just that for some reason they have disappeared. Tingo also did find the emperors and perished in the hands of the emperors. We do not know about this." Su Bing shook his head. He really did not know about this. He also did not have this qualification to know. The disappearance of the Heavenly Realm and the appearance of the Forbidden Sea is a battle. Tingo went to find the Heavenly Realm and might have fought with the emperors. It is also a battle. Some great emperors besieged and killed the earthly emperor's avatar to seize the seed of rebirth. It is another battle. Many years later, two powerhouses under the earthly emperor's avatar and those remaining great emperors who founded sects had a war again. After that, the demon emperor entered the catacombs, and it was another battle. Next, it is the modern battle. Fong Ping sorted out these sequences and said, "It is said that the battle during the Demon Emperor calendar period was in the Demon Emperor calendar year 3000. Doesn't this mean that the earthly emperor's avatar existed for more than 3,000 years before it was destroyed? Can a mentality avatar really exist for so long? Heavenly Emperor Xianming and the others experienced the 3 realms period. Doesn't that mean that they waited more than 3,000 years before launching this battle?" Su Bing explained, "Indeed. Actually, in the beginning, everyone did not realize that what the earthly emperor left behind was a spiritual projection. At that time, the heavenly realm disappeared and the earthly emperor appeared. He pacified the chaos and founded the god dynasty. Everyone thought that the earthly emperor was the only surviving emperor. The emperor was invincible and undefeatable. Back then, no one dared to disrespect the emperor. This continued for many, many years, until the later period, the earthly emperor's projection seemed to be unable to be maintained. Only then was the flaw discovered. After that, it was also confirmed by a few top-notch powerhouses that it was indeed not the emperor's true body. Only then did the subsequent events happen. In other words, if the emperor was still around and still alive, even if those great emperors coveted the emperor realm, they would not dare to rebel. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little emotional. There was always a higher mountain. An emperor suppressed the heavens throughout the ages. When he was alive, even if there were many great emperors and countless true gods, still no one dared to show any rebellious intent. Until they knew that the earthly emperor did not exist in his true body, these great emperors still endured for many years before suddenly erupting and surrounding and killing the other party. More than 3,000 years. A doppelganger suppressed the heavens for more than 3,000 years. This was the emperor. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, "Then why did you guys hibernate? Even if you were seriously injured back then, there was no need to hibernate until now, right?" Su Bing said helplessly, "We don't know about this. Cut it out." Fang Ping humphed. "You don't know? If you really don't know, where did the so-called Three Realms unification come from?" Su Bing explained, "This may have something to do with the final battle back then. The great emperors besieged the god dynasty and started a battle with the earthly emperor's doppelganger. Perhaps they found out something and chose to hide from the world. However, in that battle back then, some great emperors were indeed seriously injured. It is not impossible for the great emperors to recuperate in seclusion for 1,000 years when they were injured. Then Gong Zhuanzi and the others did not participate in the battle back then. Powerhouses like the North Sea Emperor and the others seem to have already begun to plot the matters of the sects today. We don't know whether they participated in the battle or not, but since they founded the sects, it means that they did not hibernate back then." Fang Ping thought for a while and asked again, "Gong Zhuanzi and the others' battle seems to be related to the North-South conflict. Why is that?" "It's actually a great Tao battle between spiritual consciousness and the body." Speaking of this, Su Bing knew about it. He said, "Actually, in the later years of the earthly emperor god dynasty, there was a debate about this. Back then, the great emperors could not enter the emperor realm for a long time. At this time, some theories from before the heavenly realm disappeared were also discovered by both sides. With the North Sea Emperor and the others as the leaders, they felt that spiritual consciousness should be the main. The reason why we know about this is that the North Sea Emperor once came to Dark Sky Sect to invite the great emperors to participate in these matters. The great emperors in the past also focused on spiritual consciousness and were regarded as the Southern sect's powerhouses. That was a long time ago, when the great Tao battle was not too intense. Only some of the great emperors had some conflicts. As for what happened later, I really don't know." Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, "Then let me ask again. What does this have to do with the two great emperors? Why are they involved in this?" "The two great emperors," Su Bing shook his head and said, "I don't know who the two great emperors are. Back then, the earthly emperor god dynasty had many powerhouses and ruled all heavens. Even the Outland was ruled by the earthly emperor god dynasty in name. I don't know which two powerhouses survived that battle. As for their involvement, perhaps the great emperors invited them to help, or they were simply caught in it. Moreover, it's possible that they wanted to restore the earthly emperor god dynasty. You actually don't know about the construction of Imperial Sea Mountain." "I don't know, but I've heard about it." Su Bing continued, "When the great emperor returned, he said that the Sea of Bitterness had rebelled. If this goes on, the land might completely disappear. Thus, when you mention the Imperial Sea Mountain, I guess that this should be a fortification jointly built by the remaining experts of the land when we were in slumber to defend against the invasion of the Bitter Sea." Why would the Forbidden Sea invade? Su Bing smiled bitterly. I don't know either. It's also a rumor. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. After the heavenly realm disappeared, there seemed to be no great emperor to suppress it, so the Sea of Bitterness began to expand. In the past, the earthly emperor's projection built the earthly emperor-god dynasty on the original site of the heavenly realm. It was said that it was also to suppress the Sea of Bitterness. After the earthly emperor-god dynasty was destroyed, there was no one to suppress it, so the Sea of Bitterness continued to expand. This is understandable. Jao Kuei suddenly said, The Sea of Bitterness is to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Why? I don't know, I've just heard about it. Fang Ping was speechless. He gently knocked on the table. Then why did they choose to appear at this time? According to what you said, the three realms are actually one, and the heavenly realm wall is broken. Could it be that the powerhouses back then joined forces and failed to break the heavenly realm wall? Su Bing shook his head. We really don't know about this. It should be impossible to break. It's said that the heavenly realm wall was built by countless powerhouses with the participation of the great Emperor God dynasty. It can only be worn away by time. The great Emperor God dynasty no longer exists, and the mortal world surges. When the great Emperor God dynasty attacks, the heavenly realm wall will break. In other words, when there is too much filth in the human world and it invades the weak parts of the heavenly realm wall, it will form some flaws and loopholes. After that, it will cause the heavenly realm wall to break. As Su Bing said this, he added, in the past, except for grandmasters and some top-notch powerhouses, no one else could enter the human world. In the past, the three realms were divided to isolate the human world. Isolate? Do you think we're a virus? Fang Ping laughed. What great emperor god dynasty wall? What a joke! Now that you've said this, I understand a little. Previously, someone said that killing a large number of humans can open the passageway and speed up the process. Is it related to this? Su Bing nodded. This is not a rumor. It's feasible. The more mortals there are, the heavier the filth. If they die, the grievance will be even heavier. At this moment, it will impact the heavenly realm wall and break the barrier. In the past, there were powerhouses from the human world who killed a large number of mortals in order to break the realm and enter the land realm, opening the passageway. Therefore, this statement is actually accurate. Tian Mu snorted coldly. Where did this statement come from? It came from the evil sect. Killing a large number of humans would fully open the passageway. In the past, powerhouses from the evil sect had come out and announced that killing some mortals would open a catacombs and humans would enter the catacombs to fight. Since it was true now, what did it mean? It meant that the evil sect was actually created by some old antiques. This was because people from the neo-martial era did not know about these things at all. Only those old antiques knew. They deserved to be killed. Tian Mu said. It was unknown whether he was talking about the evil sect or these old antiques, including Su Bing. When he talked about killing a large number of mortals and opening the world wall, he did not seem to have any strange expression. Perhaps in their eyes, this was a matter of course. Fang Ping said lightly, Then why didn't they do this back then? If they killed all the humans back then, wouldn't it have been open long ago? In the past, the world wall was still very stable. There were not many mortals back then. The human world was desolate. Even if they killed all of them, they might not be able to open it. As Su Bing said that, he said quickly, Of course, this is not the Emperor's intention. The Emperor also said that we are mortals and cannot do such a world-destroying thing. Only some demon path powerhouses would do this. Everyone laughed. Some words did not need to be explained. The previous sentence was probably true. Back then, the world wall was too stable. There were too few humans. Even if they killed them, they might not be able to open it. It was better to let the humans continue to reproduce and wait for an opportunity. And now, the opportunity had come. A large number of humans appeared. The passageway had gradually opened. Therefore, the scene today was born. Su Bing's words also made everyone have a clear understanding of some things. The current situation between humans and the catacombs was indeed arranged and calculated by someone. They were all waiting for the world wall to fully open. The emergence of the evil sect was probably to speed up this process. In the end, for some reason, the evil sect did not have any impact. Fan Ping guessed that it might be related to Heavenly King Garrison. After all, at that time, only Heavenly King Garrison could deter those powerhouses. In that case, Heavenly King Garrison might also be one of the old antiques back then. It's just that he did not choose to kill humans to speed up the opening of the passageway. Fan Ping narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Heavenly King Garrison might have chosen another path. For example, to create a prosperous era and let more humans. This could also open the passageway. No matter what, Fan Ping felt that even if this path was planned by Heavenly King Garrison, he did not have any ideas. Between exterminating humans and giving birth to more humans, of course the latter was better.